call the meeting to order if we get everybody to assume their chairs. Good morning and welcome to the June 4th, 2025 Executive Committee meeting. We acknowledge that we are on the traditional lands of Treaty 4 territory, a treaty signed with 35 nations across southern Saskatchewan and parts of Alberta and Manitoba, and the regional lands of the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Nakota, Lakota, and on the homeland of the Métis Nation. The City of Regina owes its strength and vibrancy to these lands and the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory, as well as settlers from all around the world who continue to be welcomed here and call Regina home. Some members of the committee and city administration may be attending the meeting today through video conferencing. I would like to remind those members of the following. Please ensure your video camera and microphone are turned off. If a member of the committee wishes to speak, use the raise hand function to be placed in the speaking queue. When speaking, remember to unmute your microphone and enable a video camera, and all votes will be conducted with a recorded vote. The deadline to register is the delegation of reports recommended for consideration by Council at its meeting scheduled for the June 11th meeting is 12 p.m. on Monday, June 9th. I remind councillors that you do not get a trophy for the most questions or using up your 5 minutes, and a reminder to delegations that the longest answer may not be the best answer. We will... So first, we're going to have the approval of the public agenda. Can I have somebody move a motion as approved the agenda to approve the agenda at the college chair with the addition of the registered delegation EX 25-56, a communication from Melissa Coomer Benson from the YWCA in Regina. Mayor Bashinsky. I'll call the question. Any opposed? Carried. Can I have somebody move a motion to adopt the minutes of the public meeting held on May 14th, 2025? Ms. Flores, or Councillor Flores. Got to get in that mode again. Any errors or omissions? Seeing none, I will call the question. Any opposed? Carried. Now we'll move on to administration reports. I would like to, so we're going to be talking to delegations related to EX 25-50. I would like to call upon delegation Angela Risi and Randy Klassen. I will get it for you. You bet. Okay. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if applicable, and where you live. You have 5 minutes to address the executive committee, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions that the members may have of you. Please proceed.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to tell you a little bit about the Autism Resource Centre. My name is Angela Ricci, and I'm the Executive Director at ARC, and I live here in Regina.
And my name is Randy Klassen. I do fund development and strategic planning for Autism Resource Centre, and I also have a personal connection that my son attends the Autism Resource Centre as well, and I live in Regina as well.
The Autism Resource Centre was started in 1976 by a small group of parents and advocates who saw a major gap in services for their autistic children. We began as a grassroots effort, grown into a trusted nonprofit organization that now supports over 300 autistic people and their families each year. Today, ARC offers over 20 programs and services designed to help autistic youth and adults build skills, connect with others, and live full and meaningful lives. From recreation to mental health support to employment training, life skills, our work spans all ages and stages. We're also working on towards launching Regina's first supported living option for autistic adults who don't qualify for traditional housing supports. Many of you received emails from me regarding that project. ARC is proud to be a for-benefit organization. Our work doesn't just help individuals, it strengthens this whole community. Here's some of the ways that we help benefit Regina. We help reduce pressure on emergency services. By offering individualized community-based supports, ARC helps prevent crises before they happen. Our programs reduce calls to the police, hospital visits, and emergency interventions by supporting mental health and building independence. This eases pressure on the public system and leads to better outcomes for everyone. We also help boost the local economy. ARC helps autistic adults find meaningful employment. That means fewer people relying on long-term government assistance, more individuals contributing to the local workforce. Our job readiness programs create confident, capable employees and something that benefits business and strengthens the Regina economy. We also help build a more inclusive city. We're helping Regina become a city where everyone belongs. Our program supports inclusion, encourages lifelong learning, and helps families feel connected and supported. When individuals are empowered, families thrive, and so does the community around them. While we do receive some government funding, we raise more than 25% of our annual operating income each year. To keep up with demand, grants like the City of Regina Special Events Grant makes a real difference. Your support helps us raise awareness, celebrate inclusion, and build a stronger, more connected city. Helping ARC celebrate our 50th years of service is especially meaningful. It's an opportunity to reflect on what we've all accomplished together and to honor the individuals and families and community partners who have shaped this journey. This milestone not only highlights the lasting impact of our work, but it underscores the ongoing need for autism services. According to the Public Health Agency of Canada, 1 in 50 children and youth in Canada have been diagnosed with autism. As we look ahead, the essential role of the Autism Resource Centre in the life of our city will remain as vital as ever. So thank you for supporting ARC and for helping us make Regina a place where everyone can succeed.
Thank you for your presentation. Do any members of council have any questions of the delegation? Councillor Rasevich?
Through the chair. It's interesting because my wife ran an autism summer program, when she was younger.
Yes, yeah. That program still exists.
Yeah, she used to run that. Her name's Laura. Anyways, if you, Laura Hirsemiak. But my question is, I guess your initial ask was 50,000. You're going to get 15. I'm just wondering, where you guys think you're going to make up that difference. I'm just kind of curious. That's all.
Well, we're either going to obviously go to some sponsors in the community and see if they will help sponsor us, which is something we're actively doing. But also we'll have to just adjust what we decide to do if the funding doesn't fully come in.
Okay. I just thought I'd ask you because if anybody's listening,
Yeah,
maybe they want to help you guys raise some more money.
that'd be great.
Anyways, yeah, thank you.
Just looking around the room here, I don't see anybody else in the queue. I would do have a question myself. And would you describe the Autism Resource Centre as helping some of those that maybe are in the middle, where you're struggling but not in needing enough assistance that you really get some major assistance from healthcare and other situations, or you're advanced enough that you really can help take care of yourself?
Yeah, the reality is that many of our members are autistic, but do not qualify for some of the supports that people who have an intellectual disability would. So I would say many of our individuals are able to live and work and operate independently, but they always need a little bit of help, right? Sometimes it's decision making, sometimes it's just a little bit of crisis management, or to avert a crisis. Just a quick decision or some help or some services like that can go a long way to ensure that they're not in our system or getting supports elsewhere. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, I see no other questions in the queue, so thank you for your presentation. You may return to the gallery.
Thanks.
Thank you.
We will now consider item EX 25-50, Special Events Grant Allocation. Can I have the Deputy City Manager, Deborah Bryden, please introduce the report?
Thank you. Through the chair. Good morning. The city's Community Investment Grants program is used to fund and partner with community nonprofit organizations to deliver programs and services to Regina residents that align with city priorities, have a clear community impact, and respond to community needs. Through this program, the special event major funding is available to provide support ranging from $5,000 up to $50,000 to nonprofit organizations that are producing events that build community pride and spirit. Events such as citizenship identity, like Canada Day and National Indigenous Peoples Day, are one-time and first-time events that celebrate, preserve, and enhance Regina's identity, or are recurring events that have established history of City of Regina service support for items such as transit. The City of Regina has received one application for the second of 4 annual deadlines for this grant program, and that is the one before you currently. Should Executive Committee approve the recommended funding of $15,000, the special event major program budget would be depleted, along with a deferral or a withdrawal of $8,450 from the Executive Committee reserve. Should we approve the recommended funding, the 2025 event major budget would be depleted, and there would be approximately $83,000 left in the reserve, which could be used for any further asks we have this year. With that, we're here available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. First, can I please have somebody move the report? Councillor Rasevich. Are there any questions from members of council to the administration? Sorry, Councillor Rasevich, I missed you. You can speak to the motion as the mover, if you wish. Thank you. I missed that on the list here. Seeing no questions, I will ask the clerk to start the vote. Yes. Councillor Bezo, I'll take your vote verbally.
Yes.
Councillor Seeklis, are you logged in? You're on mute, Councillor Seeklis. Okay, you must have temporarily stepped away here, so we will conclude the vote.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion is carried with 7 members present voting in favor. Councillor Seeklis is temporarily away from the meeting. Members voting in favor as follows.
I'm a yes. Sorry.
We just need to check to make sure that the members are okay with that, because the vote has already been called and closed.
You betcha. We'll check. We need unanimous consent from the rest of council to accept Councillor Seeklis' vote. Looking around the room, we have acceptance.
Sorry, Councillor Roddens, I didn't see if her hand was up.
Sorry. You're good. Okay.
Okay. So the motion passes in a vote of 8 present voting in favor. Members present voting in favor as follows. Councillors Rasevich, Burton, Seeklis, Flores, Roddens, Mancinelli, Bezo, and Mayor Bashinsky.
Thank you. We will now consider item EX 2551, Heritage Incentive Policy Update. Can I have Deputy City Manager Deborah Bryden please introduce the report?
Members present voting in favor as follows. Councillor Rasevich, Burton, Seeklis, Flores.
Thank you. Through the chair. The report before you related to Heritage Incentive Policy is an update to a policy that Council approved in 2022. Since the policy was approved in 2022, we've had an uptake in our applications. And as we see more applications, we work through different processes with applicants and administration. And through those processes, we find or identify, I would say, changes to update the policy so that it's more clear to the public and administration to administer. So the report before you is bringing forward some of those changes. And just to highlight for council, we've seen an increase of 20% since this policy was implemented for heritage applications, which is a positive thing, adding vibrance to our community. The amendments don't change the intent of the policy, but address issues that we've identified. And they just provide some clarity around our eligibility criteria, establish important program timelines and deadlines. They allow administration to approve minor amendments to the policy to ensure the program remains responsive and encourage long-term conservation of heritage properties. The policy will remain fair and accountable, and it is aligned with the City of Regina's broader goals of heritage conservation. And with that, we're here to take any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Bryden. Can I have a member of council move the report? Councilor Rasevich. Would you like to speak to it?
Question? Is that
Absolutely.
okay? Through the chair, just I was kind of reading through the report, and just I noticed that there's like eligible maintenance costs and major grants. Just kind of curious, who pays for that? Like how does it exactly work? Like, is it coming out of the taxpayers, I guess, through the city, or just wondering where the funds come from for, I guess, for these heritage houses or buildings?
Thank you.
Ms. Bryden, sorry.
Through the chair. So just to seek some clarification, are you talking about the actual work done on the building by the property owner or the grant that's provided by the city?
Okay, I guess when a property owner does work, I guess if they do work on their house or on their property, I guess I'm wondering, is it the city who's compensating, I guess, some of the discounts they're going to get if they're paying 100%, $1,000 on something in their house? Are we supplying 50% of the funds for them to, or just wondering where the cost? Because I noticed in one chart there was like $4 million worth of I guess repairs, and then the actual cost was say $2 million to them. So where's that extra $2 million, for example, coming from?
Thank you, through the chair. So the cost, you're correct, the cost or the construction on the building would be done by the property owner. They would submit the eligible costs to administration. Some of those would be funded through a grant or a tax exemption. So if it's funded through a grant, that's already built into our base operating budget for where we have a provision for heritage grants. And then tax exemptions would be, as we move forward, it would be a tax exemption that would, in general, reduce their taxes for a specific defined amount of time. So that funding is allowed for, it is included in our existing operating budget.
But I guess, like you said, if there's an increase of 20% of applications and you're seeing a huge uptick, obviously we would have to find more money somewhere to supplement, I guess, giving out funds to heritage properties. And that would, I guess, to me, was that an increase of a mill rate then to find that extra money?
Thanks, through the chair. So the grant applications are capped within our budget at $250,000. So we don't, there's an existing dollar amount for the grants within the operating budget, and that is $250,000. Okay,
so I guess once that runs out, then that's it.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Rasevich. I'm looking around the room to see if we have any other questions for administration here. Seeing none, I will ask one question, and that's just maintaining the heritage properties within our city, I believe, is an important aspect. Is there any rule of thumb about the increased costs you might have to maintain a very much older house, and that where the subsidy allows somebody to, instead of taking the house to the ground, to actually repair it, that the subsidy then helps somebody maintain their property and keep it up where they might not do it otherwise? Is there any kind of figures you've seen about the extra work or cost to maintain older properties?
Through the chair, I can't speak to, what it costs to maintain, well, actually, I can't. I used to own an older house. I know there is a higher maintenance cost for older buildings, but the heritage incentive policy is just that. It is designed for folks who own heritage property to receive funding from the city to encourage the long-term care and maintenance of the property. And so as they do projects, they would apply, and if they're eligible, that's what the funding is for.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no further questions, I will ask the clerk to start the vote. Oh, sorry, we need to close. Councillor, you do want to speak? Okay.
I wasn't sure whether to ask this on this policy or on the next one where the incentives are out. I noticed some of the work is more along the line of cleaning and maintenance, and some of the funds are for the asks this year in the following policy. I know that this is the one that directs how the next one works. Any comment on that? Specifically gutter cleaning. Like, I just think that's house maintenance instead of qualified work. I don't know if that was supplied with the grant that was given in the next policy or not, but when I look at all the criteria and how the eligibility is, just wondering how that would fit into this piece.
Ms. Bryden?
Through the chair, I'll defer that question to Ms. Dawson, please.
Through the chair, the next report addresses kind of the specific projects that people have applied for and that we're proposing as administration that would be recommended for funding. It wouldn't include things like regular maintenance or things like gutter cleaning. It would be projects, repair, and maintenance that actually cost the dollars, and they lead to the long-term conservation of properties.
Understand, and like I said, I wasn't sure whether to ask it on this one or specifically on the next one. I just, because this is policy and how you hand out the funds. The one was a $3,000 ask. It was for trim painting and gutter cleaning on the row houses. So
Okay.
I guess you can kind of fill it in
We
next
can get
time.
into that in the next
Okay.
application. We can ask specifics about those ones.
That's why I hesitated. I wasn't sure. Thank you.
Yeah, so this policy will be in effect, if approved, in 2026, and really it is just to provide better alignment and some clarity when we are going through specific applications. And so we're bringing forward some changes that we've noticed in the last 3 years that would need to be updated and implemented for the next round of applications.
And I guess just to fill in the blanks in my head, we have this so we can maintain the older houses in our city so we don't dereg the property tax base, and we keep our heritage homes up. And this isn't for maintenance, it's for upkeep, so it shouldn't be for cleaning. That was the actual answer. Thank you. You got it.
Thank you. Last call for questions. Seeing none. Councillor Rasmus, do you wish to close the debate or questions? Thank you. I will ask the city clerk, the acting city clerk, to start the vote.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously with all 8 members present voting in favor.
Thank you. We will now talk to delegations related to EX 25-52. I would like to call on delegation Mr. Jim Gallagher. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if applicable, and where you live. You'll have 5 minutes to address the Executive Committee, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members may have of you. Please proceed.
Thank you. My name is Jim Gallagher. I'm representing the parish of Blessed Sacrament Church in downtown Regina. I've been a Regina citizen almost all of my life, and actually a member of that parish for almost a half a century now. Good morning, Your Worship and Council. I note that the last time I spoke before Council a few years ago, there were no fewer than 4 of my former students sitting on Council. Today there is 1. Apparently my doctor was right, I'm getting older. And that is the chairman today, Mark Burton. The notes that were on the website that you saw made a brief reference to the architectural style and of Blessed Sacrament Church and its significance to the Roman Catholic community in Regina as a heritage property. To that, I would add its significance overall to the city of Regina as the second oldest church in the city and a central landmark in the downtown core of the city. If you perhaps aren't familiar with the building itself, it is directly behind the Sask Power Building, across from the Hotel Sask, about a block from the Motherwell Building, the Federal Building, Victoria Park, a couple of blocks away from First Baptist and Knox Met churches, the Balfour Apartments, and perhaps a dozen or more other heritage properties within a several block radius. We are currently in the process of applying for a full heritage designation for Blessed Sacrament Church. And in fact, we were prepared to file the application just a few weeks ago when it came to our attention that there were still a few steps that needed to be considered from the perspective of the Archdiocese of Regina, which, if you weren't aware, is the owner of all Roman Catholic Church properties in the city. If we are successful in this matter eventually, we would be adding another valuable property to the city core alongside the many heritage designated properties that I cited already in that area. The church itself has undergone major restorations over the past decade after having been identified as at risk of structural damage that could have seen the church building closed and perhaps lost altogether. The restorations included fortifying 4 large pillars to support the front of the church and which had been eroding as a result of city water infrastructure leaks below the building. 24 teleposts were added to support the nave of the church. A south wall in danger of collapsing was rebuilt and fortified. The bell tower, which holds 2 massive bells weighing 2 tons, had to be rebuilt and fortified. The entire interior floor of the church was removed, including the asbestos that was underneath it from many years past, and the floor was completely resurfaced. A new heating plant, security system, sound system, lighting, etc. were added along with a new roof and the installation of 120 large solar panels on the south slope of the church, and this restored the church back to a near new state more than 100 years after construction first began back in 1913. Although the church was modernized, the restoration remained faithful to the original structure and to the heritage guidelines of the city of Regina. So essentially, and this is good news for the city, of course, is that if Blessed Sacrament is granted heritage designation sometime within the next year, the overwhelming matter of restoring the church has already been completed with money from the Parish Building Fund and much help from an anonymous donor who assisted through almost every phase of the reconstruction and restoration. Unfortunately, I don't have the sum total of the past 10 years, but a fair estimate is somewhere between $1.5 and $2 million. Then, as you may recall, in February 24, and that's why I'm here today, there was an arson attack that fortunately was caught by the new security system, resulting in the fire department arriving within minutes. Significant damage was done to the rectory adjacent to the church, with residual smoke damage resulting in the main body of the church. Subsequent health and safety inspections required that the interior of the church needed to be thoroughly cleaned, the walls resealed and painted. Now, if any of you have had personal experience with insurance claims in the last decade, you know what a nightmare that can be. It was over a year before any restorations covered by insurance could begin, and for whatever reason, and I was not involved in this process, the insurers eventually provided less than 10% of the cost required to clean and paint the church interior. So today's request or application for $20,000 is to assist in the shortfall directly related to the arson that damaged the interior of the building and which insurance did not come close to covering. The silver lining to the fire was that it further advanced the heritage restoration of the property. Finally, I just want to thank and commend the staff in the Heritage Office under the direction of Femi. They were most helpful in guiding us through the processes and were very cooperative and patient, as I'm sure they needed to be as we tried to sort everything out with them. If there are any questions, I am more than happy to answer them for you, and I'm hoping that in appearing today before you, I will clear enough things up that I don't have to take up any time at the public council meeting next week. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Gallagher. I'll go around the room, see if we have any questions from any of the council. None online. Thank you, Mr. Gallagher, for your presentation. You may return to the gallery.
Thank you.
Okay, we will now consider item EX 2552, Heritage Incentive Application 2025. Can I have Deputy City Manager Deborah Bryden please introduce the report?
Thank you, through the chair. The report before you today seeks City Council approval for the allocation of heritage incentives, grants, and tax exemptions for 2025. The city receives these annual applications for the Heritage Incentive Program and works through the Heritage Advisory Committee to determine allocations based on the Heritage Incentive Policy. The city has provided financial support for the conservation of designated heritage property since 1991, with the program last updated and approved by council in 2022. And in 2025, 26 projects representing $4.6 million in heritage conservation investment are proposed to be supported by the city's program. The Heritage Incentive Program supports renewal, intensification, and cultural vibrancy in Regina's city centre and surrounding neighbourhoods, complementing the other city-led revitalization initiatives. We recommend approval of the heritage incentives outlined in the report, and we're available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Bryden. First, can I have somebody move this report? I'm going to look to my left here. I guess Councillor Rasovich is getting hoarse from moving so many reports. So, Councillor Flores. Councillor Flores, do you wish to speak to the report? Don't. I will now ask if there are any questions from council to the administration. Councillor Bizo, go ahead.
Thank you very much, through the chair. I've noticed in some of the report there is items listed, eligible work, and it's 1401 Robson Street, Albert Public Library. Estimated total cost $3,252.20. Why are we funding the library through this grant when the library has $20 million in the bank to do their own repairs?
I'll ask who's taking that one. Ms. Bryden?
Thank you through the chair. So this particular building is a heritage building, and they are and it's not currently a library. So it is eligible for heritage funding under the policy.
So is it a library or not a library, and who owns this building? Is it the library owns this building, or is it?
Thank you through the chair. I'll refer this question to Ms. Pfeiffer.
Okay. Sorry. So Ms. Pfeiffer, let me get you. Oh, you got it. Thank you.
Hi. Sorry for my voice, but thank you through the chair. So it was the former Albert Library prior to it being included in the Mamaweatitan Center. So that currently the building is owned by a nonprofit. I believe it's a Buddhist temple center. Yeah. So it's not currently a library or a publicly owned building.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any further questions there, Councillor?
Yeah, a couple other questions here. There's eligible works that furnace removal and installation of new furnaces on some of these things. Sask Energy has grants as well too. Is this not kind of a duplication of effort on some of these programs?
Through the chair, I'll refer that question to Ms. Pfeiffer as well.
Okay. Ms. Pfeiffer, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. So the way that the program is structured, it is to support the long-term, like the longevity of the buildings over time. So typically when it comes to replacements of things like furnaces, it's usually because whatever was in place previously is like very old and out of date. Whether or not there are other programs that people can access is not something that is like, it's not part of our criteria. People would let us know in their application if they've accessed support through other programs.
So in this particular one, is there a support through Sask Energy's program versus City of Regina program?
Through the chair, not that I'm aware of.
Should we be asking those questions?
So through the chair, typically when people come in to apply for it, we have conversations with the owners to understand what all they might be pursuing. Any work that is being done on a heritage property needs to come in through like an alteration permit through the city, so we can review the work that they're doing and have those conversations.
Thank you.
Any further questions, Councillor Bizo?
Several.
You're good, okay. Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you. I'll clarify for my previous attempt at this question. In Appendix C, you have the properties designated, like numbers and then the address, number 23, 3260 Albert Street. Major grant underpinning west walls, beautiful property. I get the heritage and wanting to keep it up and not have it fall apart, protecting your tax base. And the doll's house with windows. Like, I get that you have to have certain windows on a heritage house and there's extra costs, so we help out to make sure that happens. The one I was speaking to was number 26, 3038 through 3060 18th Avenue. They've previously received grants, but they're doing a little bit of minor trim paint and cleaning downspouts and eaves. And like, I'm not trying to be insulting, maybe it's my ignorance showing through, but I just, like, that's different to me.
Ms. Dawson? Or, sorry, Ms. Bryden.
Thank you, through the chair. So some of these works, there's a listing of the work that's being done that you need to do in order to do, so you need to clean the eaves so you can paint them, kind of thing. And so I think cleaning of the eaves is not an eligible cost, but the painting is. And so cleaning the eaves is required in order to do the painting in that particular project.
Okay. Okay, I get it. Sometimes it just doesn't feel fair at all, especially after our last tax round. And yeah, I appreciate it. I'll put my hurt feelings away and just shut my mic off. Thank you.
Yep. Ms. Dawson, if you have
Yeah, just in addition, some of the elements that are being maintained are character defining elements. Each heritage property would have a statement of significance, and some of these elements may be character defining elements that need to be maintained to keep the heritage status.
Councillor Rasovich. Oh, any more questions there, Councillor Massinelli? Good. Okay. Councillor Rasovich, please go
Through
ahead.
the chair, I know I asked the question before, and apparently we said there was a $250,000 cap. So I'm kind of looking at the incentive type. There's major grant and tax exemption in table 1, and I'm wondering, is the $250,000 cap, where is that attributed to? Is that major grant, a tax exemption? I'm trying to understand where all these terms and where the money's. Yeah, if you could explain that.
Ms. Bryden.
Thank you, through the chair. So there is within our current operating budget an amount of $250,000 that is designated for heritage incentive grants.
Incentive grants, okay.
So the grants are funded by that $250,000 that's in our current budget.
Okay. I guess it's just when I'm looking at these numbers in table 1, like I said before, I'm looking at, I guess maybe we could talk about it later, but the total costs are 4.6 million, and then total funding, which would be a combination of major grants and tax exemptions, is like over 2 million. So I'm wondering how $250,000, are we talking some different things here?
Yeah.
Okay. Ms. Bryden.
Thank you, through the chair. So the $4.6 million is the investment made by the property owners.
Right.
So that is not related to the city's budget per se. So there's 4.6 million, we estimate $4.6 million of investment within our heritage properties by the property owners.
Yeah.
The city funds the incentive program for eligible projects through a grants up to $250,000 per year for eligible projects. We also provide property tax exemptions for some of the eligible work where a property tax exemption is applicable. And so that's the extra funding that you're seeing allocated in that table.
Okay, and so I guess I'm assuming some of these property tax exemptions would be more than 1 year to catch up. If it's an amount of $13,000, then they would get an exemption over a number of years to get that total.
Through the chair, in some cases, yes.
In some cases, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So I guess in terms of cost to the city, the more applications we get, it could, it adds up to less taxes being collected, but preserving heritage properties.
Through the chair, I would say there's without getting into a full-on evaluation process, but there's a bit of a balance. As you maintain the properties, they also maintain their property tax value or assessment value. And so overall, I would say it would be a good investment in our community.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions? Thank you, Councillor Vatrovich. Councillor Bizo, please proceed.
Thank you very much. There's a couple of questions through the chair that you actually comments that you said that really sparked a bit of an interest. So you said it's a preservation of the outside of the building to make it look like the heritage aspect of the facade, so the street view of the building for the heritage. So when I'm going through some of these applications, once again, I'm going to ask the question, how does asbestos abatement within the building preserve the heritage value on the outside of the building? So if I've got tiles in my floor that are asbestos, that doesn't trigger the outside renovation to make it a heritage property. So, we're going down a path of, where do we stop? Kitchens, granite countertops, a nice new fridge, like where do we stop at this?
Thank you for that question, Councillor. I'll refer that question to Ms. Dawson, please.
Ms. Dawson?
Yeah, thank you. And it kind of allows us an opportunity to talk about maintaining the building and making sure that it's the conservation efforts are for the integrity of the building. And so if there's elements that need to be done for projects that help maintain the integrity of the building, then they do become eligible. So you'll see in here different types of projects that help preserve the building for a longer term. But I will clarify that things like granite countertops and appliances are not applicable to the program.
But on that preservation of the building, like everything can be tied to a foundation or asbestos or something. So where do you draw the line? So if it's a preservation of the outside of the building, the inside of the building, the entire building, if I shut the heat off and the inside of the building collapses, the outside still looks fairly nice. Is that still a heritage property?
Maybe a couple of things. There are, what I had maybe had referred to before that is causing some confusion is some character defining elements. And those are elements within the building that are identified and important for the particular building and its heritage component. But that doesn't mean that those are the only elements of the building that need to be conserved or maintained to preserve the building in terms of its integrity. So there are other elements. Certainly we've done foundations, asbestos removal, heating systems, anything that you might need to bring it up to building code. There's, different elements that we have funded through the program that contribute to the long-term life of the building. Now, maybe just see if Ms. Pfeiffer has anything else to add.
Thanks, through the chair. Yeah, I think Ms. Dawson has largely covered it. Sometimes things like asbestos removal are related to other parts of the project. So, for example, if there's an issue with like very outdated plumbing that's going to then impact the integrity of the building, sometimes those pipes are wrapped in asbestos, and so part of removing that plumbing inherently involves asbestos removal. But to your point, largely interior work to the building as far as aesthetic improvements is not eligible under the program.
Thank you.
Okay, Mayor Bashinsky, please proceed.
Thank you. Yeah, two comments, not so much questions, but I guess one, I understand the idea that if someone's not living there or someone doesn't own that property, we're not covering the entirety of the costs related to renovations. We're helping offset some of those costs related. So ultimately, if we don't have someone living there, then we don't, like, someone may not be maintaining it, and that building will fall apart over time. Is that fair to say? Like, this is related to buildings that are occupied.
Thanks, through the chair. So the program is for heritage buildings. They can be unoccupied. It would be about keeping those heritage buildings maintained.
So if a building's unoccupied, there's no one to apply for a grant in that case. So what happens then with that building?
So the grant application would be coming in from the property owner.
Okay, so whoever happens to be owning it, they would be responsible to make sure to keep that at the heritage level.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay. And that, I guess, just to comment on Councillor Bezo's grant dialogue there, have some transparency around when we get an application, what efforts that we do take to just identify if there is other grant opportunities that may fit some things like a furnace or, you know, other areas that might be in. And then that way, if we include it as a part of the overall package, it would just kind of identify that, you know, our grant is going to a very specific case that we've outlined in our policy, and that we are, you know, trying to use partners to leverage that. So just a commentary there. I think I do agree with the concept that it might be helpful to kind of show that we are partnering with other available grants to keep those properties up to where they need to be.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, looking around, I see no further questions. Councillor Flores, do you wish to close debate?
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry, I mean, like, I do have a comment.
Oh, you do have a question? Oh, okay.
Thank
Please
you.
go ahead.
Through the chair, first I want to thank administration for putting this together. I believe this is a positive investment in our communities. I think it is a small investment that allows our properties to maintain their value and therefore add not only to the cultural richness of the neighborhoods where they are, but also increase or at least maintain their tax value, which I think is revenue for us. I do see this as something positive, and I think it's something that it's a good investment in our community, so thank you for that.
With that, we're done here. We'll ask the acting city clerk to start the vote. We'll have to verbally get Councillor Fro your vote. And I see your hand up there.
In favor. Thank you.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion carries.
Okay, we appear to have the technical difficulties solved. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. We are right at the point of announcing the vote. So I'll pass on to the acting city clerk.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, these vote results are for item EX 25-52, Heritage Incentive Applications 2025. The voting result was unanimous with all 9 members present voting in favor.
Okay, at the call of chair, I would like to request council approve a change to the order of the agenda today so that we can get one delegation out quicker and then deal with the big one on the agenda here. So I would like to receive a motion to move EX 2554 up before EX 2553. Councillor Radons, do I need a seconder for this?
You don't need a motion for that.
No, okay.
You just get to make that decision.
Oh, I do?
Yeah.
Okay. I am going to make that decision as chair. So we are going to be proceeding with EX 2554 and the delegation to relate to that. And I'd like to call upon delegation Dave Siebert. Please come down to the desk to address council. Okay, please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if applicable, and where you live. You have 5 minutes to address the Executive Committee, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions that the members may have of you. Thank you.
Good morning, Council. My name is Dave Siebert. I was born and raised here in Regina and called Regina my home my entire life. I'm here on behalf of Rosemont and Washington Park areas, and I would like to enter a petition on behalf of this noise pollution. And to do my speaking, I'm not very good at this, so bear with me. But on my behalf, I'd like to introduce Nadine Baker to read a report or to.
Good morning. My name is Nadine Baker. I'm also a resident of Regina since 1975 and a homeowner in Washington Park since 1996. And as Dave said, I'm going to be his mouthpiece today. But I've been working with him since last year on this noise abatement issue in our area. Reading from notes, our goal here is to have the noise restricting walls constructed on the east and west sides of Louvain Drive between the 4th Avenue and Dudney Avenue, which is our areas of concern, that's the area that we both live next to Louvain. And it's been many years. As I said, I've lived there since 1996, and our backyard is completely uninhabitable during high traffic hours. Our windows are closed, our doors are closed. Same with you. Yeah. Due to the increased capacity of both residential and commercial traffic over the years, and it will be increasing with the new Costco coming in soon. The noise levels have become a major concern to our health and safety for those of us that live in such close proximity. On the west side, between 7th Avenue and Dudney, our houses face Louvain, and the east side of Louvain, our houses both back onto and face. Our residences have raised residents from these areas have raised concerns many times over the years, and we are quite confident that those concerns have been falling on deaf ears. Because of these extreme noise levels, the residents find it harder and harder to enjoy outdoor life in our own yards, and usually have our windows and doors closed because of the noise pollution. Most of us would much rather be staying indoors rather than listening to the noise that is extremely busy day and night, and it's only going to get worse. Many, if not all, other major cities in Canada, including Saskatoon, have had these noise walls in place dating back 20, 25 years in some cases. And we feel that it's about time Regina take the same steps to improve the quality of lives of their citizens and taxpayers. There's many benefits to come with building these walls. It would also be creating better communities, safer environment, where we wouldn't worry about traffic crashing through a 40-year-old chain link fence. I'm sure many of you might remember about 8 years ago, there was approximately 8 or 9 vehicles that came through the chain link fence at 7th Avenue, between 7th Avenue and 8th Avenue. During winter, when there was an icy condition on Louvain Drive, my neighbor missed being taken out by one of those vehicles. It was a scary situation. So yeah, and that went on until they got the leak fixed that was causing the ice condition. That went on for quite a few days. The kids in our neighborhood are afraid to play in the back alleys anywhere near that roadway. We would have nice little green spaces behind the walls, including grass and maybe some trees. The existing trees that are there now are growing old and dying. And not only from the road salt and the pollution that rains on there daily, there's thousands of vehicles that come down that road and dust our houses out daily. There's also privacy issues where thousands of motorists look into our backyards daily and through our windows and into our garages. In this particular area, city plows are splashing our cars, our garages, our homes during the winter when the plows come down at a high rate of speed. That slush and sand and dirt and debris is splashed into the alley and onto our garages and homes. And it's thrown quite a long distance. I've witnessed it, and I quit walking my dog down the alley in the winter. This makes for a very unpleasant and unhealthy environment in our community.
30 seconds.
In conclusion, we hope to get the same consideration and respect for our concerns as other cities have done in the past for their citizens. Thank you, Council.
Thank you for your presentation. I'll ask members of council if we have any questions of the delegation. I have a couple myself. Question I would have is how close is your house to the Louvain and how close is your fence? Like what is the distance for each of those, your fence and your house from the edge of the Louvain Drive?
I did measure mine. Yeah, and from the fence, which it's a very tiny abatement. It's from the fence line to our garage is 25 feet and to our house is 75 feet.
Okay, thank you. Is there any time that's better than any?
I thought it would be good, so I did a measurement on this past Sunday, and it was the same as it was on the Friday at 4:30. So, yeah, nighttime is a little bit quieter with emergency vehicles being pretty much the only ones that are offensive. Okay. How about your area?
Thank you. Councillor Flores.
Thank you. Through the chair, thank you for being here today. I've myself heard from other residents in my ward similar concerns. You've mentioned that you feel like your concerns are falling on deaf ears. Can you talk a little bit about the reach out that you've done regarding this issue? Has it been done as a community? What type of efforts has the community put forward to bring up this issue with the city?
Through the chair, as personally experienced, I have called the city of Regina numerous times and left complaints about the noise and the traffic, air quality. I phoned the RPS several times about the stunting vehicles on Louvain Drive. That's all times of day and night. Summertime obviously is worse with all the car clubs and the culture. And, yeah, there's been numerous complaints over the years from many other areas of Regina as well, with no response, no feedback, no results. They just take my name and my number and give me a reference number and send me on my way.
All right. And how much do you think this impacts the value of your home?
Oh, I think it's a huge value. No one wants to live next to a busy 6-lane expressway. There's many concerns going with this. The noise pollution, the air pollution, pedestrian safety in the neighborhoods. It goes on and on. So property value, absolutely, yes.
Okay, well, thank
Maybe
you
we
so-
should be considered heritage property because this area has been there well before the Louvain was ever built. And it's always been a concern since day one, before construction even started, when they ripped out the railway and built the Louvain. Things were put in place in areas of the city where they were allowed to build the berms. Since in that little area, that stretch, we're so close, in such a close proximity, they planted a few trees that has done absolutely nothing over the years for privacy. Not to mention it takes 20 to 30 years for a tree to mature. Plus, you would also need a 1/4 mile thickness of trees to provide any kind of noise or air pollution quality relief. I could go on, we could be here all day. But to answer your question, yes, property values, absolutely.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much for that. Thank you for being
Thank
here
you.
today.
Through the chair?
You bet. Just trying to clean things up here. Councillor Mancinelli.
Through the chair, in the report, one of the suggestions is like split funding for neighborhoods. Through the chair, in the report, one of the suggestions is a split funding for neighbors to collect and pay half, along with the cost to get that in there. When you were getting your petition together, did you speak with the neighbors about that at all? Would people be willing to put some equity in there?
Well, through the chair, we are concerned about our property taxes going up. But in return, so are property values. Most people that I talked to with my petition had me on the front step for, I could have stayed there all afternoon with several different people. It's always a concern, yeah. We've been there long enough. The city has not provided any kind of relief that we were promised back in the day when the Louvain was built. Even people along the ring road have put in their complaints over the past years and stuff. So it'd be a joint effort through taxpayers and the city, of course, yes.
Yeah. Once again, there used to be the LIP program where if you wanted your street rebuilt, neighborhood would get together, have a vote, figure if they wanted the street rebuilt, if more than half the people voted yes, they'd have to share that cost with the city to rebuild that street, and it would go onto everyone's taxes.
Yes.
So if we were to say yes to this as a whole, it would go into the whole city's taxes. If this was to be neighborhood specific to try to cover the cost, how much equity would the neighborhood want to put in for these problems to be fixed? Is that something that people would be interested in, do you believe?
Well, the way the current living conditions and expense of living, I'm sure not too many people would be on board with that.
Appreciate that.
Maybe the city owes our older neighborhoods the respect and courtesy of providing what should have been done to begin with.
Yeah.
Back, 40 years ago when the Louvain was built.
Appreciate that.
And I've lived in that area for over 20 years, and I have seen firsthand the increase of the traffic and volume, and it's bizarre out there. It's just crazy. We have the major routes, 6-lane expressway. We have the stunting vehicles and the car clubs and the culture, and we can't stop that. We're not asking to slow the traffic down, and by no means. It's not going to help the noise. Simple walls. It's not rocket science or surgery. It would update the city in appearance-wise. It would update our communities. Everyone's always talking about building better communities. This would be a way.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the concept and don't disagree with the thought. It's the money. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Wyszynski.
Thank you guys for coming today. Appreciate your concerns in that. So just to confirm, what's in front of us, the recommendation is from administration. It does include that stretch from Dewdney to 7th Avenue.
Yes.
In the, to start including that, and that would be part of a capital project. So I'm just confirming that you guys would be in favor of us including that going forward.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. The sooner the better.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure to make that real crystal clear for everybody.
No, through the chair, I would personally like to see a citywide implement, of course, upgrade our city, make it stand out like the rest of the cities in the country.
Perfect.
It'd be a major improvement to our entire landscape.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
That.
Okay, seeing as there's no further questions, I'll get the acting city clerk to collect the petition you mentioned.
Oh, I'm sorry, I left it up in my chair.
And with that, I see no further questions.
May I make another comment through the chair?
Sure, well done.
Okay, I personally went out and bought a decibel meter reading, and they're off the charts. They spike up in the 80s and 90s in that zone. Trying to walk up and down the street as pedestrians or something, it's just phenomenal how busy that street is, and it's so confined in that little area that it just echoes and amplifies everything. The amount of emergency vehicles in that area as well, with the hospital and the fire station, the police are cruising up and down all the time to get to their places. And it's multiple vehicles, not just one fire truck or two. They get to the corner of intersection of Dewdney and Louvain, and they're laying on air horns. We see accidents outside our streets every day.
Okay, thank you. No, I appreciate that. You
No,
return
thank
to
you.
the gallery.
Thank you.
Okay. We will now consider item EX 2554, noise attenuation policy updated. Can I have Deputy City Manager Curtis Doney please introduce the report?
Good morning, Mayor and Council. So the existing roadway noise attenuation policy adopted in 1990 is outdated and no longer aligns with best practice. City Council has previously directed administration to build a pilot sound wall and report the results back to Council, consult with the land development industry, recommend a strategy for future noise attenuation, and update the policy. So the new policy before you aims to improve the quality of life for residents by establishing best practice noise level thresholds and ensuring consistent noise mitigation measures in both new developments and future city capital projects. Developers would be required to incorporate noise attenuation measures in new developments, and the city would include noise attenuation in capital projects if it meets certain criteria. Administration is not recommending a citywide retrofit noise wall program to address the existing concerns around some areas of the city. This option is cost prohibitive, estimated to cost approximately $100 million. This decision was made since the cost per benefiting home is approximately $72,000. This would cause financial hardship for both the residents and the city, and therefore is not recommended, and instead is to focus on new developments and capital projects. However, there is some immediate financial needs, as implementing the updated policy will require funding of approximately $125,000 annually to provide analysis and technical support for development reviews and future capital construction, which will be part of the 2026 budget request. With us today, I've got Chris Warren, the Director of Roadways and Transportation, Vikas Ravada, Manager of Traffic Engineering, and Adam Brandt, Senior Engineer with Traffic Engineering. And so we are available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Doney. Looking around to see if there's some questions. Oh, sorry, thank you. Thank you. First, can I have somebody to move the report? Councillor Mancinelli, do you wish to speak to the report?
Been a long anticipated report. Appreciate it. A lot of information there and really hard to interpret sometimes, so I don't think I got my head totally around everything. So if I understand the recommended option as we build new neighborhoods, widen and develop the roads around those neighborhoods, those would be the places that would get noise attenuation right off the get-go when they're being developed to make sure they're implemented that way. Is that correct?
Mr. Doney.
Yeah, so through the chair, there's two categories that we're recommending. So new development would be built in a way that the developer ensures that they meet the policy. So that might mean building noise walls, or it might mean building their development so that residents are not backing a major road, as an example. For capital projects, when we are expanding the road or bringing a road closer to residents or increasing the noise by about 5 decibels, then the city would include noise walls in that capital project.
So of course this is going to be where it affects the northwest corner, would be with Coopertown development along 9th Avenue North. How would that unveil in that area, so I understand how this policy applies?
Through the chair, I can't speak to the details of Coopertown development, but if this policy is approved, we would ensure that the neighborhood is developed in a way that they are developing for the long term. So not over 20 years, but the actual ultimate build out of the roads in that area. And so they would either make choices to bring their residential area away from the berms, or do other items. So if there's a development already approved, like Coopertown, it wouldn't actually apply to Coopertown because it's already gone through the approval process. And so that's something that could be reviewed, and I'll ask that team to provide some comments if you want more details on that.
Maybe I'd appreciate an amendment, being that there's been no houses built in Coopertown yet, a retrofit amendment to make sure it was implemented, so it's not 40 years before this starts taking root. I would appreciate a little bit of help with work on that, through the chair. In addition, what about the existing neighborhood? So 9th Avenue North will have to be rebuilt. The landscaping's never been completed in that section. The traffic design's never been completed. Coopertown's the developer responsibility. Would the city responsibility encompass making noise mitigation attenuation levels on the West Hill side of the future road build?
Yeah, so through the chair, if you look at the Appendix F, the potential capital noise barriers, that gives a map of where, based on the current TMP, we'd be building new roads or expanding roads, and so that's where we'd be looking to potentially add a noise wall. So there's a high concentration of those in the northwest, as you're referring to.
Yeah.
And that work needs to progress, of course, as we're going through the design process, but that would be where we'd be targeting.
Yeah, well, I'm just trying to make sure. I thought Coopertown would have been triggered to follow this automatically, and there was an exception there. So I've seen the map, and I just wanted to make sure that this would unveil how I thought. So it sounds like I'm on track. Appreciate the report. Just wanted to comment, over and above the noise pollution, the pollution off tires and vehicles is high into the neighborhoods, and this can't do anything but help in the long run. Many cities implemented this 2 decades ago. We had some 0% mill rates instead, so this is going to be a bit to catch up, but to start to go in progression in an incremental manner because of all the burdens we have on us today, I think is the right move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Massanelli. Mayor Brzezinski, you were next.
Thank you. Just through the chair, I just want to highlight again, because we have the delegations here from that area, reading the map per the recommendation from administration on leveraging capital projects. That stretch of road that the delegations were referring to from Dewdney to 7th Avenue down Louvain is included in that map there.
Through the chair, so if we look at Appendix F, pink colored, you'll see some potential noise walls on Louvain, north and south of Dewdney Avenue. And so that is the plan currently. However, work still needs to progress to make sure that the work that the city would be doing, so adding turning lanes, items like that, would actually increase the noise in that area. So that work still will progress over the coming year or two, and if it's confirmed that the noise is increased by 5 decibels, which is what the human ear can actually hear, then those walls will be built in part of the capital project.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Thank you. Councillor Bezo.
Thank you very much through the chair. Mr. Donnelly, I'm going to ask you a question quickly on the noise attenuation walls, this particular on that stretch between Dewdney and 7th Avenue. Being that this is a long development project, significant capital cost, what about evergreens or any kind of shrubbery for any kind of noise attenuation that could be implemented fairly quick and enhance green spaces?
Through the chair, so we did look at that to see what potential that would provide. As the delegation mentioned, and they've done work too, and we've done a fair bit of work, lots of work on it, is that to actually improve the noise mitigation, you need, as was referenced, a forest. So you need more trees than actual space that's there. However, trees do add lots of other benefits besides noise attenuation. So there's always a potential to add more trees, and something that we always work with parks and other areas. There's other concerns, of course, underground utilities and items like that. So it's something it's a tool in our toolbox, but it's not necessarily a solution for noise attenuation.
Thank you.
Councillor Flores.
Thank you. Thank you for that report, and through the chair. So that we have the areas, like I've looked at the map and where we're hoping to do this, and I do understand that expanding that would be cost prohibitive for both the city, and if we were to put it on to residents, it would also be cost prohibitive. But have we explored, or are there any other potential sources of funding that we could look into to expand this? Perhaps not necessarily citywide off the bat, but I know that there are certain stretches in between what's going to be done that's not included in that map. Some of it, Ring Road close to Victoria Avenue, where there is quite a bit of noise. I've had residents in that area contact me with concerns about many years of trying to find a solution for that. And I think this is fantastic. I think we're moving in the right direction here. But I'm trying to figure out what else could we do so we could also address the concerns of residents in the areas that are not included in the current map.
Through the chair, and so the city is always looking for alternative source of funding from the provincial or federal government or other sources. Of course, when that funding comes available, typically it's not targeted for something quite this detailed. And so if council wanted to go in that direction, you'd be putting funding towards noise walls instead of other priorities that you may have. So what we have before you is the policy to really send us in a certain direction to start to implement noise walls based on that Appendix F. I think if council wants us to go into a different direction, we need that policy choice now so that we're not circling back in the future of trying to fund something that is not aligned with a policy of council. Of course, there's other options that we did look at, as we'd mentioned, with trees and items like that, and those can be added from a aesthetic perspective, but they're really not going to have a positive impact from a noise attenuation perspective.
All right. And earlier we talked about property values. Do we know what the impact is in terms of tax revenue related to property value decline in areas where, the noise might be a reason why people either don't want to purchase properties there, or how is that impact us?
Through the chair, I'll ask Mr. Anderson to give some opinions.
Go ahead, Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, and through the chair, we are definitely seeing through our last reassessment where houses closer to the center of town have seen less price increases or some price decreases. Linking that specifically to sound is difficult for us. Obviously, I don't have a direct link, but we are seeing in general that trend where houses closer to the center of town are having valuations that are coming in less than the previous reassessment.
All right. And just one last thing, just still related to exploring other areas. So we're looking this into the 2026 budget. What would be the kind of timeline of those projects for those to go up? And then how would that relate to perhaps looking at extending that in the future? Would that be looking that into a 2027, 2028 budget to extend that, or is that 2026 budget to cover a longer period?
Through the chair, so the operating ask that we will ask in 2026 for the 125,000 is just a one-time. We'll ask for it in 2026 and it'll stay going forward. But the more impactful is the capital cost. And so Appendix F, the capital noise barrier locations are estimated based on the current transportation master plan, which goes out to around 2040. Now that plan is being reviewed, of course, and so those times will change, but we will start to build in these noise walls into our capital plans from 2026 out till 2040. So it's a long-term plan.
All right, so as you said, if we wanted to add some areas, I know Councillor Mancinelli mentioned Coopertown, and I'm specifically worried about on the Ring Road, Victoria Avenue and Ring Road, just south of Dudney, where there is measures that are going to be taken, but I've had quite a few residents reach out that specific ramp from the Ring Road to Victoria Avenue that is quite loud. So because this is going to be a long-term plan, what would be the best way to perhaps explore this so that it is part of that long-term plan?
Through the chair, just so I'm clear on the location that you're referring to, you're on Ring Road just north of Victoria?
Yeah, just those ramps that connect Victoria Avenue and Ring Road. There is, I believe, is this southbound ramp that I've received concerns about.
Through the chair, so that location is currently not on the capital noise barrier location based on what we think the growth is going to happen in the city. So if you wanted that location, or if you wanted all the retrofit locations, I would look for you to make a motion to send us in that direction. My hesitation, of course, is the cost to do that. That was the $100 million that I'd mentioned. Now, I'll also say that once the growth plan is implemented, if there are other growth areas that cause us to expand roads or to increase the noise, then that would also be included in the program. But what we see right now in Appendix F is that's the estimated location based on the TMP.
Okay. One last thing. So you mentioned growth, and then based on some of the conversations I've had with folks in that area, my kind of assessment is, would the fact that this is a noisy area prevent growth, right? Like people just don't want to build or move there. So it's kind of like, if we don't do anything about it, there's not going to be growth. But if we do something about it, it might increase density and growth in that area. How are we factoring and considering that when we're making these decisions?
Through the chair, so I think I'll answer this two ways. So intensification, more intensification does not increase the, does not require us to do anything from a capital upgrade perspective on these major roads. So where I'm going with this is that a developer that is intensifying would not be looking to add sound walls because they're having more residents, but the actual sound on the road is not increasing. Back to your question about how are we trying to balance it, I think that's a choice of council, and that's why we have these options in front of you right now. If we were to do a retrofit program and have the noise walls throughout the city, which is Appendix H, there's a huge financial cost to that. And so whether the city wants to take that on is a choice of council, or whether you want to consider the LIP program that Councillor Mancinelli had mentioned, where you're asking residents that would directly benefit from it to contribute, which is aligned to our OCP. So that is the choice of council to consider.
All right. Thank you for that. That's all for me.
Thank you, Councillor Flores. Councillor Rasevich.
So you mentioned Appendix H, so is that to do all of those barriers with that, that's that the 100 million, extra 100 million?
Through the chair, that's the estimate for today's dollars, yes.
Okay. And so I guess the cost on Appendix F, what's the cost of all that?
Through the chair, so Appendix F, we're looking at estimated around $40 million.
It's around 40 million?
True, yes. And what you might ask is, well, it looks like it's almost the same. And so what the big difference is with noise walls is the height of the noise wall. So that, looking at on a map, that doesn't necessarily say kind of length per length, because if you're having a much higher noise wall, that's going to be much more expensive.
Right. So in Appendix F, do we have other, I guess, the capital projects happening in those areas, because we have some capital projects, that's why we're doing construction, we're doing work there, so at the same time, we might as well do the walls, right?
Through the chair, so there is some overlap between Appendix F and Appendix H, but Appendix F is really when we are going to do a project, a road project that is going to increase the noise in that area by 5 decibels. So we're going to likely expand the road, maybe bring it closer to the residents, or just increase the lanes. And so that's what's driving Appendix F, and we do those because we have more growth. So the road has to be expanded to accommodate more roads.
Okay, right. So in this $40 million in Appendix F, that's new money that we need to get from the taxpayers, right?
Through the chair, so it's a combination of things. Typically, if it's growth related, it would come from SAF, which is developer funded. Of course, we know that is not in a solid position right now, and so that some of that is being funded by the mill rate, but growth projects are typically funded through development and development fees.
Okay, so I guess what we're saying is that total of 40 million is some from the developers, and some of it's going to come from a mill rate increase, I'm assuming.
Through the chair in the short term, yes.
Short term.
Yeah. So council has approved some mill rate increases to pay for SAF projects in the short term, and the objective is over the long term, the SAF model will pay that back.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Rastovich. I don't see any other questions here, so I have a couple myself, so I'll give Mr. Doney, as a techie guy here, the chance to brace himself here.
Through the chair, the team is behind you.
And put them on alert. So just, we talked about noise walls, and just want to get a bit more clarification about engineered sound walls that actually have a lot more absorptive characteristics versus just brick walls like you might find surrounding Wascana and what are the deployment models and plans for each type of wall?
Yeah, through the chair, I'm going to start, and then I'll ask Mr. Ravada to give us some details on the technology of noise walls. And so when you drive around Regina, we'll talk about our COLA as an example, as you're referring to. So those are not noise walls. Those are developer walls or fences that have been built for aesthetics or for security. They don't go down to the ground, so there's typically a gap there to allow drainage. They may or may not be high enough. And so those, although may have some benefits from noise attenuation, they're not designed as noise walls. I'll ask Mr. Ravada just to give a bit of details of what is a noise wall, what does the technology look like, and what we've learned over the last few years about noise walls and engineering.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Ravada?
Through the chair, the as Mr. Doney has already pointed out, the noise walls are completely somewhat different from the developer-built peripheral walls, and then the noise walls have more absorption and reflective capabilities, and then they're much more designed to reflecting the directly emitted roadway noise onto the properties, and then the heights are significantly different. They're almost up to 3 meters, 3.5 or 4 meters in height, and then they're limited up to typically a 5-meter height. However, the peripheral or developer fences are typically about 6 to 7 meters, 6 to 7 feet in height. And then while they reflect some, they not necessarily address all the noise kind of generated from the roadway to be bounced back in. So that's probably the difference.
Okay. What would be the deployment characteristics of each type of wall, and where would we look at placing them?
Through the chair, so the recommendation is Appendix F, and so what we've did is, there's a whole bunch of engineering reports in there, and we wanted to provide those to council to show the amount of work that's happened. And so with our consultants, we did noise monitoring throughout the city to see what the noise impact and what would be required to bring the noise down to a level within policy. So Appendix H shows all the different noise walls and the locations and the heights that we would deploy those noise walls if council wanted to do a retrofit program. If council approves the recommendations as we have before you, we'll move forward with Appendix F, which is to do those noise walls as we expand a road, and so it'll be built into those road projects in the future.
I'll have to have a look at those because I was trying to figure out which was where, and wasn't quite apparent me for that. So when it comes to planting trees and bushes and shrubs in front of a existing brick wall, I'll put it that way, what is the impact on that? And I'll give you a specific example of north of Assiniboine on Prince of Wales, whole bunch of mature trees, bushes, shrubs. South of it is not a stick. And what would be the expected impact with putting down foliage in front of people?
Through the chair, so we would expect the perception to improve, and a lot of that is a visual, so you don't see the vehicles going back and forth, and so I think the perception would improve. If you went out there with a noise meter, I don't think you'd see a substantial difference if you had foliage or didn't have that foliage.
Okay, when it comes to some of these new walls going in existing properties, if a developer puts it in, then the homeowner is responsible for damage or replacement. There's been times where people have creaned off roads and knocked out walls. It's been, the homeowners have been surprised that they've had to replace it. In all these cases, if we put these in, does that now become city responsibility to repair and maintain?
Through the chair, short answer is yes. And so all the existing roads, or sorry, all the existing walls that you're referring to are kind of the developer walls that are inherited to the homeowner. But if the city proceeds to build these noise walls, they will be maintained by the city going forward.
Okay. Bear with me just to check my notes here. I was wondering if you could talk about the effectiveness of berms and the noise walls maybe mounted on top of berms as compared to some of the standard ones.
Yeah, through the chair. Berms are a very effective method of noise attenuation. And so in new developments, for example, that's a good example. And depending on the height of that berm and the need for the noise attenuation, a noise wall could go on top of that berm. The challenge is, of course, in existing areas that you may not have room to build that berm. And so, but in a new development, it's a very good solution.
Thank you. Appendix, great spot here. Appendix A, first page. And this matters to me just as I deal with my constituents. The total number of trucks for the Arcola Avenue from Wascana Drive to Prince of Wales Drive. The total amount of trucks, it says total truck percentage. We're looking for an explanation of total truck versus heavy truck, just a better definition because I was trying to understand that a bit better. But it shows 32.1% total trucks for that one section from Wascana to Prince of Wales. And as I tried to follow the roadways further on with some of the other places where there was not an anomaly like that, and so as I deal with my constituents who do have some noise complaints, I was wondering if you could speak to that one anomaly.
Through the chair, which appendix are you referring to?
Appendix A, it's in the City Councilor package. If you go to the PDF, page 210 of 348.
Okay. I will see if the team can get to that page and walk us through that. So 1 second, please. I think, so Appendix A for us is the noise attenuation policy. So I think you're referring to one of the...
No, it's traffic data.
Yeah.
Appendix A traffic data.
Let us just get there, and then I'll ask whoever puts up their hand first over there, we'll try to walk you through that answer.
So the midsection of the white, there's the first it's dark grade and then white, and then the middle one there, 32.1. And I could take this offline if it's going to take a bit, because I don't want to hold up council here for that. I spotted this last night. Apologies.
No problem. Through the chair, I'll just ask the team if they want to respond or if they should take it offline. Yeah, we'll take it offline if you don't mind.
Okay, that's fine. Okay. That is all. Stand down. Okay, I see Councillor Flores has some questions.
Not so much questions, but I guess this would be a good time to bring forward an amendment. In And the amendment is, I think, it's considering the fact that we are aware that there are older areas in the city that have this high level of noise. And while this is a really great update from our previous noise attenuation practices, it does neglect some of those areas. And I'm very cognizant that the main barrier to that is cost. I understand that. But I'm trying to find a middle ground in which we can, now that we are aware, like you guys have done a study and an assessment of where the noise is high, and I want to make sure that we're not forgetting about those residents, and specifically around major ramps and road areas. So I'm wondering if, I'd like to bring an amendment to perhaps ask administration to bring back a few options in those older areas, along with exploring ways to cover those costs. So Appendix G, hang on, yeah. So there is a number of, sorry, it just, okay, H, sorry, Appendix H has a very large amount of areas throughout the city. But I believe that within those areas, there might be a few key spots where, especially around ramps, that the noise is quite high. And I feel it is unfair to neglect those neighbors, and especially the residents in that area, because if we don't do anything about it or plan to do or try to figure out a solution, it's just saying them like, too bad you bought a house there, you have to live with it. And I don't want to do that. So I wonder if there is, I would like to ask administration to come back with some suggestions from kind of hotspot areas where we could look into adding that as part of that capital plan, and the cost implications, and perhaps look at other ways to cover those costs, so that understanding that it is a cost barrier and that would come back to the taxpayer, how could we kind of mitigate all of that, putting in priority the health and wellness of our residents who are greatly affected by noise in that area.
I'd like to ask administration to respond to the possible amendment and any considerations that might be needed. Mr. Doney.
Through the chair. So what we have presented to council is our recommendation, and if council would like to explore and pursue the retrofit option, then that is an option that you can do. Trying to prioritize the retrofit locations is not something we recommend, because noise is very subjective, and so we can go through it and say, okay, if you were 6 decibels over, you get it first versus 5. You can't hear the difference with that. So I wouldn't think that you're going to get to a good result from residents being satisfied unless you approve the entire retrofit program, which is what is an option before you. If council wants us to go away and come up with a prioritization system for the retrofit program, we could do that. But at the end of the day, financial cost has been the barrier and the reason why we aren't recommending it right now.
Now, through looking at this retrofit areas.
Councillor Flores, I'll just remind you that your time is close here right now, so you'll have to wrap.
How much do I have left?
Okay, to just finish up on this amendment, and then you're good. Okay.
Okay. So I just want to. So I just want to know that, like, when you guys did this, like, there are different areas that I believe, just from the feedback I've gotten, some have a lot higher noise than others. So that's the kind of the rationale behind this, given that we're not, I understand the cost prohibitiveness of this. However, knowing that some of these areas have really high noise areas, just to look at the possibility of exploring some of these areas within this retrofit map.
Mr. Doney?
Through the chair, I'm going to ask Mr. Warren to give a bit more information or details, but what the retrofit map shows is all those locations are higher than the policy, and so we know that there's noise concerns and complaints in those areas. Some of them will be addressed in Appendix F as we grow, some of them won't be. But besides, that's the choice before council right now, is either doing the retrofit program or not. I'll ask Mr. Warren if he has any thoughts on how you could prioritize the retrofit program, but generally, I think you either move in that direction or you don't.
Mr. Warren, please proceed.
Thank you, through the chair. So Mr. Doney is correct that essentially the locations identified in Appendix I are the locations that historically and currently exceed the policy levels. They exceeded the previous policy, and they exceed the current policy as proposed. So essentially, there's roughly 24 kilometers of locations along Ring Road and Louvain primarily that currently exceed those thresholds, and that's what we're I guess calling the retrofit locations. Through the capital projects, I think we've identified that there's probably likely about 10 kilometers of those locations that may trigger noise attenuation through a future capital project. So essentially, there'd be roughly 14 kilometers that likely would not trigger noise walls through that project. So when it comes to prioritizing, I think in the other appendix where we kind of listed the appendix, I think the appendix that we kind of listed of those retrofit locations, the rough size and dimensions of the noise attenuation wall that we expect would need to be built to reduce the noise to below policy levels. So I mean, depending on the location, the cost of each wall could range. So I guess when it comes to a prioritization criteria, I mean, typically if we were going to look at doing something like that, we would look at where the highest, we could look at the highest, where the highest exceedance of the policy might be and start there. We could look at the costs and see if there's, any particular locations that are cost prohibitive, depending on the size and space of the location. So I mean, there's probably a couple of different ways in which we could look at prioritizing, but essentially, as Mr. Doney said, all of these locations we've identified do currently exceed. So I think if we were going to move down a path that, where we wanted to build walls at some of these locations, then we would likely want to do the whole thing in terms of the program and policy, but that we maybe look at the amount of funding that City Council may afford to do this into the future, and how long you might expect something like this to take place, knowing that it could take place over 10, 15, 20 years. And depending on the amount, the number of years that you might want to put this out would dictate the amount that we would need annually to do that work. So I think that's what I would say for that. Thank you.
I think what I'm hearing, and I'll ask Mr. Doney and Mr. Warren for Councillor Flores' motion or amendment, I'm hearing that you've done a bunch of work in that area already to do some assessments of existing and prior, and would this motion from Councillor Flores mean just doing some of the same work, or is there some other alternatives that would result?
Through the chair, the amendment is not asking us to do a whole bunch more work administratively. The amendment sounds like, and obviously nothing is written yet, that we would move towards a retrofit program, which is an option for council to consider.
I just want to clarify, it's not the entire retrofit program, because I see that. It's just looking into exploring from the work that has already been done, prioritizing some of those, looking at some of those areas that have the higher levels of noise, because the current ask is basically neglecting all these older areas, and I don't want to do that. I want to see us go in a direction where we're at least looking into some of those areas, understanding the budget constraints and understanding that this takes time, but not saying here today, sorry, it costs too much. It's just saying we understand it costs money, but we're still going to look at some of these areas because I feel it is unfair for older neighborhoods, because there's no development there, to be neglected when something that we all know these levels of noise are not good for people's health. And it's important for us to at least have that conversation and try to find ways to make that happen.
Okay. I'm going to ask the Assistant City Clerk to put the motion up for that everybody can actually see what we want and the intent. And then we'll ask. From.
Don't worry.
So has this captured the intent?
I would just say like with the highest noise levels in those areas. So I understand that they have looked, like these are all high noise levels, but I do feel like within that there might be some areas that we can.
I can ask to help. Okay. I'll ask the administration if the intent is understood and if a possible date that you might suggest would be appropriate to respond.
Just one more thing. It says for addition to the potential retrofit location map, we're not adding it, like it's looking at what's already there, so.
Okay, I'll ask administration. Mr. Anderson?
Thank you, and through the chair, maybe Councillor Flores, I'll suggest making a motion to consider establishing a reserve at budget time, which would fund, create a pool of funding which could be used for noise attenuation walls. Sorry, I said that wrong, I'm an accountant. In existing areas. And that way we can address the funding and at that time. And then the reserve would be set up over time, and then we would have a process where we would use that reserve through that. Does that make?
Yeah, that makes sense. I think that would be a, yeah.
To the administration, a date perhaps to, just with.
Through the chair, we would work towards Q4 to have that coming back.
Q4.
I think it's important to try to have it in alignment with the budget conversation so that the council can make complete decisions.
Yep, he said Q4. So, Councillor Flores, you're good with the amendment?
Yep.
Okay. That, questions? Okay. So, I've got a, Councillor Raspich, you're lit up, but is this for the original motion or for the amendment? Original motion. I'll take you down for now. We'll discuss the amendment and then we can come back to you afterwards here. So I'll take you out of the queue and I'll get you to go back in. So now we are speaking to the amendment. Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you. Through the chair, having asked the delegations about the retrofit program, I think there's no appetite for that type of investment to catch up from the residents that actually own the homes affected. Being as these are the most vocal of the group, I think that I can take that as more than likely people don't have the funds to invest on their own to match for like a LIP program. I appreciate where this is trying to go, and I really believe in the investment in the city and correcting the older areas. So it's a nice city wall to wall. corner to corner. I've mentioned a couple times in the last few weeks since the last budget that I have to be more careful with my decisions. In the Northwest, many people saw a 20% tax increase. This isn't incremental spending. This is setting up a new investment fund to not only catch up, but to invest in and move forward. And that would be extra spending over and above. To be recognizing that this isn't the time right now for the people I represent. I do believe this is a good idea, but because there's no phase-in and there was such a large correction, I just can't support this right now. I really appreciate the administration's work, and I just thought I should explain myself, so thank you.
I will go to Mayor Brzezinski.
Yeah, thank you, through the chair. Similar sentiment to Councillor Mancinelli. I 100% think this is a great idea. I just think now I'm leaning more on the side of the recommendation of starting with the capital, where we have kind of a bit of a connection there to start with it. And I think that as we go forward and as we get other financial aspects of our budget sorted out, I would be open to this more in the future. But right now, I wouldn't want to put this out there and kind of raise hopes right now. I think we got to kind of pick a point in the sand where we can start with this and get this going in a reasonable way, and then maybe look at this more in the future.
Okay, Councillor Seacless, you have your hand raised virtually. Please proceed. Make sure you unmute your mic.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor, I concur with my two previous colleagues' comments. I have a lot of experience with these walls, having lived in Toronto for 25 years. They're somewhat effective, not so much on Highway 401. That's a very, very busy highway, but it does help somewhat. I just think the timing is wrong. So not against it, but against it now. So I apologize. And I do want to call out Victoria with a great idea to prioritize. So when we do start bringing in some money, once our Greater Regina Economic Area team initiative starts to grow the pie for everybody, we put some money aside as Darren has noted, great idea, and then I think we start with a prioritization. So I don't know when it is that we'll get there, but we're certainly not ready now. And that's all I wanted to add to the conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Seacless. I see no further speakers here. So Councillor Flores, would you like to close on your amendment?
Could I ask a question before I close? Okay, so this is looking at a report back to the 2026 budget, and I'm not sure if this is procedurally correct, because based on what Mr. Doney mentioned earlier, for us to be able to have a better picture of this in the long term is kind of like the sooner we do it, the better. Does this have to impact the 2026 budget, or could we get a report to think on, like what would the implications of this be? Because it's not going to be done in 2026, right? Like, and it's not going to be in the 2026 spending, but it's like with all of this is in the long term. And my thinking here is for us to be proactive about this and not come back later and keep putting it off. But the idea is, can we look at these areas and just get that report so we know what those implications are, knowing that this is not going to be spent in 2026 necessarily.
Mr. Doney.
Through the chair, so we could work to bring the report back in Q4 before the 2026 budget to give you an idea of the cost per sound wall or per location. So yes, we can do that. I guess where we're connecting it to 2026 is either you're going to start doing it or we're not going to start doing it, and the limiting factor here is funding and budget. So if you're going to start doing it, we might as well have the conversation with 2026 budget and 2027 and beyond. And if you're not going to do it, then it doesn't need to proceed.
And then that would include kind of the phasing, like, because again, it's not all in 2026, and then we're asking for the money in 2026, but rather have an understanding how does this look in the long-term planning, so that we're able to address some of these things, because as it is, it's not addressing any of those things, right? So I'm just trying to find a way for us to address those issues and kind of to address the concerns of my colleagues in terms of like, now is not the time because, again, budget and how things are fiscally for all of us. I understand that. I'm just trying to get to a point that we're not neglecting that, because if we don't include it now, it feels like it's gone forever in a way, because it's not part of the plan. It would just have to be brought back, and I feel like we're at a point and we have an opportunity right now to at least explore that. Not necessarily put it in the budget, but explore and like find out what would that implication be.
Through the chair, and so the team has done all the work to determine what needs to be done to reduce these concerns, and that's some of those detailed council reports. If you flip through, there's lengths and heights of all the walls, so all the information is there. The limiting factor is funding, and so we can break down how much each wall would cost and a prioritization of that to occur, knowing that they're going to add up to around $100 million for all of them, but that's not not going to happen today. It's going to be over the next, whatever council decides, 10, 15, 20, 25 years. So all the technical and engineering work has happened already. It's just a matter of council making a decision of, do you want to start investing in this or not? And if you want to start investing, is it 2026 or is it not until 2030 or 2035 as an example?
Okay, all right, thank you for that. Okay, so with that, I really appreciate everybody's concerns related to the cost of this and what that would, the implications of that, how that impact our taxpayers. I'm very cognizant of that, especially because a lot of these issues are in older neighborhoods where there are residents who are feeling that cost burden. But I would like us to consider that it is important for us to look at outside of the cost implications, the quality of living, the healthcare costs of those residents. And what I'm asking through this amendment is for us to, given that this the main motion does not include any of that at all, is to say, okay, understanding those costs, can we at least look at some of those areas and get that report from administration to see how we're going to proceed forward? So again, I've heard your concerns, and
you have 20 seconds left.
Very much agree with that, but I do ask that perhaps we look outside of the cost and look at the quality of life of our residents and at least explore this. So hopefully can change your mind and perhaps support this amendment and think about the lives of our residents in that sense.
Thank you, Councillor Flores. So I see no further speakers here in the queue. At this point, we've closed debate, and now we need to call the vote. This is on the amendment itself.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion is lost in a vote of 7-1. Councillor Fro was temporarily away from the meeting. Those voting in favor were Councillor Flores. Those voting against are as follows: Councillors Rasevich, Burton, Bezo, Siklis, Mancinelli, Radins, and Mayor Bashinsky.
Okay, we are now returning to the main motion. Mancinelli. Okay, Councillor Mancinelli, you were the mover, I guess. So it is now your opportunity to close debate. Or, sorry, Councillor Rasevich, you'd been in the queue. Thank you for that reminder. Councillor Rasevich, please proceed.
Sorry, through the chair. It's on now. Hey, just going back, as we were talking about the initial, I guess, capital projects and putting, the barriers up, costing 40 million. And I think I asked the question about if that, is it 40 million for the barriers specifically in that?
Mr. Doney.
Through the chair, so that's our high-level estimate right now for the barriers that will occur in alignment with the TMP, which is a long-term plan over the next 15 to 20 years.
Oh, okay. Okay, so that would be over, so this 40 million would be spent over the course of, say, 15 years, we're talking?
Through the chair, so the current TMP goes till 2040, and that's being reviewed right now and extended out. So, yeah, at least 15 years, but likely longer than that.
Okay, all right. So it'll take, obviously it'll take some time to get these barriers all put up. Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Rasevich. So now, I see no other speakers in the queue. We will now go to Councillor Mancinelli to close.
Okay, when I opened the conversation, I kind of mentioned if administration had a smart recommendation for amendment for including Coopertown. I was just wondering if there was any chance. Otherwise, I'll just start fumbling something together. No, I guess in that case, I'll just maybe make an amendment that, right way to say this, that Coopertown, the future development of Coopertown, be included in a new area category as this evolves.
I'm going to ask the administration, is this part of, in order with the, part of the, as a retrofit, or is this part of the new development? How would you take that forward, Mr. Doney?
Through the chair, so this would be a new development. I think it comes down to timing, and so policies always change as we go forward, and so what needs to be just considered is what's approved right now, and do you need retrofit or if a concept has been approved, is council willing or able to go back and adjust that? And so I'll ask Ms. Bryden to give some background and potentially Ms. Dawson.
Ms. Bryden.
Thank you. Through the chair. So Mr. Doney is correct. The Coopertown concept plan has already been approved, and this would mean a significant change to their plan and their agreements with us. And so I'm not sure actually on our legal process in terms of how we can go back on what has already been approved for that development. Ms. Willoughby may be able to speak more clearly to that one.
Ms. Willoughby?
Yeah, thank you, through the chair. So if there are approved concept plans and servicing agreements already in place, those are binding on the city as of today. So we have no real ability to open up existing contracts with developers.
Okay. I guess in that case, all cards on the table. I have been in conversation with Dream over Coopertown ever since I became a councillor. They're well aware of the noise problem. Pretty sure they've planned for this, knowing the 9th Avenue North problems as well. I would appreciate support on this amendment. At least we'll open up the conversation if there's a problem. It'll become a public conversation instead. Dream can speak to it. If there's no problem and they've planned for it already, it'll turn into a null point. So I understand this might be legally kind of a goofy thing to do from what the city lawyer advised me, but on the flip side, just to get it all on the open letterhead and see if it's going to fall in line or not, I think will come about from an amendment like this.
Okay. I'm going to call the acting city manager.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'll defer to Ms. Willoughby to further explain this, but it is something that I believe could be in order with an amendment, but we cannot compel them to do anything. Should they agree to this and come back, we can then change terms, but it's not something that we can just direct from here and make it happen.
Understood.
Okay. I'm going to first just cut you off there, and I'm going to ask the acting city clerk here to make a comment.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, what I may suggest could be an option as well too, but I'll look to Councillor Mancinelli. Just given the information that the solicitor provided and the fact that those discussions have already happened with the developers and they have a plan in place that's already been approved, would you be comfortable if your amendment mentioned that when they look at meeting with the developers again, later on, like I don't know how often they meet with the developers to have these conversations, but that it could be included at that time. Because we'd have to check with administration, but I don't know how far along they are with the development of Coopertown. So there may be some time for administration to work towards that in the future with those developers, more so than directing administration to amend that right now and bring back a report. Just a suggestion.
Yeah, I appreciate the advice. I'm able to follow it. Once again, I'm just looking for developers want to sell their property. They know of the problem. This has been a talked about problem within our city. I know they're planning in this fashion already without our influence. Once again, I'm looking for transparency, make sure it evolves the right way and hit the expectations that the people want of our city. And as they're developing Coopertown, I'm sure they're going to be doing the same thing. So the conversation's what's needed, and the public transparency is what I'm looking for from it. And I'm sure that your recommendation will bring that.
Ms. Bryden?
Thank you. Through the chair. So, Councillor, perhaps what we could do is undertake to have a conversation with the developer of Coopertown.
That'd be perfect.
We understand that there is an amendment coming forward in July, so we can provide an update at that point in time. Then we're not trying to force some kind of binding agreement on the floor of council. Let's just have a conversation with them and see if we can.
Yeah, no, well, I just want to get this worked out. I don't want to make work to make work. That sounds proper to me. I just didn't want this to follow between the cracks.
You bet.
So there's no amendment, just
it sounds like I got lucky today, so I don't need an amendment.
With that. Okay, just making sure. Okay, so the board is clear. Okay, so now that was your close, I guess. So we are good to go. So at this point, I will now call the acting city clerk to call the vote. It hasn't been amended.
I'm awake, I promise.
We just took our break 15 minutes out of the Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion is carried 7-1 with the following members voting in favor as follows. Councillor Rasevich, Burton, Bezo, Flores, Mancinelli, Radins, and Mayor Bashinsky. And the member voting against is Councillor Siklis.
Okay, with that, we're now going to move to EX 25-53. I would like to call upon delegation Wendy Miller. Oh, sorry. Councillor Siklis, you have your hand up, or is that old?
I had my hand up because I pressed no when I intended to press yes on the last vote, and I apologize to everybody. Sorry about that.
No problem.
It doesn't matter, it passed anyway, but just wanted you to know I was a yes. I don't know if that can be changed.
Okay, so just we'll need a unanimous acceptance from the members present. Sure, we got it. Shobna? We're good. Okay, just make sure. We have unanimous. You're all good to go, George. Thank you.
Thanks. I'll see you guys in a bit.
Okay, thank you. A little bit of administrivia here. So, Ms. Wendy Miller, now is your first delegation here for EX 2553. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if applicable, and where you live. You have 5 minutes to address Executive Committee, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that the members may have of you. Please proceed.
Good morning. My name is Wendy Miller, and I'm the Executive Director with the Heritage Community Association, and I reside in Regina, Saskatchewan. So we're getting close to the end of, I guess, construction and getting moved in with our new shelter. And we still here are having conversations quite a few months in here. And a lot of them are on the same conversations. So in regards to the recommendations, HCA has been working alongside City right from the start with this on various committees, community engagements, CBOs, businesses, and behind closed doors and other conversations. And we appreciate that open dialogue, and we look forward to it continuing. Today, you know, we come in different, wearing different hats. So we're going to start with the conversations that we've most recently have had within the last week. And that's with our businesses still feeling very frustrated in regards to the recommendations today. And that speaks volumes because I think they've put in a lot of time and effort to support the shelter moving forward. But we want it to move forward and we want it to be successful, and we don't want one business giving up potential for a new business to move in. So I know some of the concerns that I've sat in on conversations with really get down to the fact that, you know, compensation may look like different things, but what we're realizing is without that good neighbor plan in place, it's hard to know what the compensation the businesses will need. And that's kind of fear of the unknown currently. In the engagement sessions I've been in, I know there was a real push for the shelter to have a fenced patio and outdoor space for their vulnerable folk to keep them safe. We do realize if they don't have their own outdoor space, they will have to go into the community to find an outdoor space. And we already all know that sometimes those spaces aren't safe for them or for others. So that is a concern still of ours, that we would really push for this outdoor space to keep them safe and to give the businesses some peace of mind as well as they move in to be a neighbor. We also look at things in this recommendations such as operational costs of the shelter potentially going up if this patio comes in. We're a little confused by that. We would think that the vulnerable folk would be going in and out of the space. And yes, there would be potentially more check-ins, but there's quite a significant cost that would be accounted for in this report. And we know that finances are a concern. So in saying that, I know many of my business friends here will be speaking after me, and I encourage you to listen to their frustrations. They have put in a lot of time and effort. They do bring a lot to our community. In hearing their voices and then hearing the concerns of the businesses who reside on 11th Avenue, these businesses don't want to be where some of those businesses currently are. And it can get really scary really quickly. And so they do have valid points and valid concerns. So with that, I hope that you will wishfully listen to them and take their concerns into appreciation. I know former council kind of left you guys with a hole, and we're trying to fill that so that everybody can meet where they need to be. And looking at the other recommendations that have been provided, HCA is listed as recommended to receive funding. And we recognize that, and we hope that you will vote in favor of that. HCA, for at least the past year and longer, have provided service above and beyond any other CA in the city. And we do feel that we already are doing a lot of the work. We haven't got down to the details of what this work could be, but we feel that there is opportunity for the community to have input and create better spaces within that community. We do know that you have to have the voices of the community and the vulnerable folk to create the projects and programs to best suit them. So we're hoping that that will go forward. We're being a little bit cautious as a nonprofit. We don't count our eggs before they hatch, but we're definitely willing to put in the time and continue to work with the city to create what is needed to best serve that community. I think in general, we all have a common goal, and that is to be good neighbors and to have a successful operational permanent shelter that will have minimal impact to the surrounding area and the community at large. We realize that this is extremely difficult when we are placing the shelter in a community that's already in crisis. The inactions and neglect over the years have created a mistrust and worry, and I think that is where we'll be hearing some of our thoughts of our businesses. So the Good Neighbor Plan, HCA is a part of that as well. I am hopeful that when we present it to the community next Tuesday evening, that we will have a good response. I do know that the city's team has put a lot of effort into engaging with HCA, the CBOs, the community, and businesses, and it's now just trying to tweak it to get it to where somebody, to where everybody is happy with it. We realize that this is a living document. We realize that this is something potentially new for City of Regina, and we also realize that at some point we'll have to come together to kind of wrap this up as we're running out of time with the shelter opening. Lastly, I just want to say that I feel like...
You have 20 seconds left.
Yeah, that sometimes we feel like this is Groundhog Day. Many of us have been here and we've said the same things over and over, and we're just hoping that we can actually put some final toppings on this and wrap it up. So I welcome any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Look to my fellow councillors to see if there's any questions. Seeing none, thank you for your presentation. You return to the gallery.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Bobby Krisnar from LK Auto Collision. Please make your way to the delegation table. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if applicable, and where you live. You have 5 minutes to address Executive Committee, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members may have of you. Please proceed.
Mayor, Council, Administration, and all present. Hi, my name is Bobby Kersnar. I am the owner of LK Auto Collision directly south of the proposed shelter. On April 25th, 2025, the administration was given specific direction from Council to engage stakeholders within 100 meters of the shelter to come up with and develop a compensation plan. This plan was to include lighting, fencing, camera security, and the Good Neighbor Plan. They were also to include a space outdoor for residents to gather and enjoy a smoke or a coffee on the shelter site to deter them from loitering on adjacent properties. This has not been accomplished. Scheduled meetings that were to take place on Monday mornings at Nikki's Cafe, 7:30 a.m. were canceled shortly after our first few meetings. These meetings were canceled via email every Sunday evening, which is not appropriate. We were not informed of any reason as to why these meetings were stopped. This left us in great disbelief as our information was inconclusive. A 26-page document has been presented to the council by administration that, in my observation, is not complete. There is no agreed upon good neighbor plan in place. Although it has started, it still remains incomplete. Because of this, our team is full of distrust once again. We feel like we're right back where we started on April 25th, 2025. The shelter must not be opened until all pieces are in place and in writing, however long this may take. Our team has made themselves available at every request by administration and have been punctual as well. The city administration team has not. Failure to communicate. I would like to take the time to point out that the city awarded Costco over $6 million in May for the development of their new store, which would employ 200 people. I'll also point out that our 4 stores directly surrounding the permanent emergency shelter combined currently employ near 300 people. Our plan to keep them employed and safe was under $300,000 combined funding required. And this is not even conclusive. What could have probably been lowered had we been given more time to search out estimates to require this would have substantially saved the city money. These meetings were terminated without our knowledge. Times have changed. Accountability is now fact. You don't just do things without knowing the cost of the entire project as it affects and its effects on surrounding residents and businesses. In this case, you will have to set a precedent or pause the entire project. Failure is not an option. It is not our job to find where this money will come from. That is your job. These funds must be made available before the shelter opens with enough time allotted for us to complete these necessary renovations and security measures. In our discussions about providing a space outdoors for the shelter people, they stated that the cost would be too much and the security would be too much because once the people go outside to these areas to enjoy this, the people outside that fence could pass them weapons and drugs and all kinds of paraphernalia and would have to be searched before they could re-enter the premises, or this would endanger the people, the residents and the staff of the shelter inside. May I remind this council that we are the businesses on the outside of that fence. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I'll look to members of council here for any questions. Councillor Froh, please proceed.
Chair, thank you for your presentation today, and I recognize passion and concern that you have. The specific question I have for you, having toured the site, is around actually the alleyway. And so there was some conversation around paving the alleyway. Certainly that exists in the report, and there was some conversation about closing off the alleyway, and there'll be other questions for the delegates, of course, about the compensation plan today and to administration. But curious as to your views on the need to pave that alleyway versus redirect those funds to other opportunities, such as providing some yard space for folks to enjoy the outdoors, because of course we want these beneficiaries to succeed and enjoy the space. They're our neighbors too. So question to you, just if I understand correctly where your business is about, in this case, about the alleyway. Do you see the paving as a useful source of funds, or would you rather see those dollars redirected in other areas?
I don't think that it's necessary to pave the alleyways in my area. There's no difference between walking on gravel and pavement, and I don't see really what benefit that would do. You might be able to walk through a little quicker and spot maybe a needle or something on the ground, but I don't feel that this would be necessary. Those funds should be redirected, for the causes of the things that we need over here instead. And gating and fencing of it is also not necessary, I don't think, because we've had meetings with the steering committee, with the RPS and that entire group over there, and they have encouraged us to not gate them, fence them, and to remove all objects so that there's clear pathways and clear vision from one end of the alley to the other, and that way people and any one of their staff or emergency people could just simply drive by, look down that alleyway and see from one end to the other. There's no place to hide, no place to leave debris, no place to set up a tent in behind, and it's clear and obstructed of everything. And we're actually now moving a shipping container out from the side of our building into our compound to further open up those viewpoints for them and work with them. They've been a great team. I do believe that we need more opportunity to refine everything that's happening. And if they're allowed to do their jobs and the proper funding is provided for them to do that, the repercussions of this in the end will be minimal. Paving should be redirected to our needs. We're the people on the outside of that fence.
Yeah, thanks. I think those are some great points in terms of crime prevention through design. So appreciate that context and appreciate your answer, and appreciate that you're here again today. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fro. Councillor Bezo.
Thank you very much. Thanks to the chair. Hey, Bobby, thank you very much for coming here. My concern is the fact that you scheduled and had a lot of meetings scheduled and had them canceled. So how many meetings did you have scheduled, and how many meetings were canceled?
Well, the meetings were to be ongoing, and I do believe that we met about 4 times, and then don't quote me on that exactly, but about 4 times, and then there were 4 that were canceled on the Sundays without any notification. We were prepared to go to them, and then I received an email, as well as my other colleagues, I believe, that the meetings were canceled, and these were sent to us in the evening of Sunday evening. So, it's a day off for us, and for us to have to go back and keep checking our emails. When we have the meetings on a Monday until the next Sunday, you get a notification that it's being canceled. It's highly inappropriate. They would have known, whoever gave the command to stop these meetings and stop this communication, after council gave them direct orders to go ahead and meet with us and establish this, someone took it upon themselves to cancel these meetings outside of council, out of their direction. I'm not certain why.
At the 4 meetings that you attended, was there anything that resolved or discussion, or was this open discussion, or was there any resolution to any of the concerns?
There was resolution to some of the concerns as well, yeah. But then there wasn't. We're nearing completion on a lot of things. And I believe that had the last 4 meetings taken place, we could have come up with a proper information and session that would have put this together and an exact dollar value on what it would have costed to, us, and for you to move this forward and make everyone happy in the entire area, right? All of our money that our businesses generate go, whether it's us, our profits out of our company, or our staff, go back directly into the city of Regina. 90% of it guaranteed. The money from Costco, the profits from that, will not be seen in this city anywhere. I guarantee you that.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Bezo. Councillor Grasovich.
Close. To the chair. You mentioned compensation. I was wondering, during these conversations, what type of was there any discussion about compensation?
There was, yeah. We actually we come up with a detailed list of the items for fencing and security cameras. Yeah. And the items were all listed, and that was presented to administration. I'm not sure that they gave you that. And of course, in the end, this was rushed, like the pricing on the security cameras on my end. I had less than 24 hours to get a quote on that. And that's not how I do business. I like to search out, locally and get 4 or 5 different quotes from different businesses to save a substantial amount of money. But when you're put under pressure and have to get these answers in 24 hours, that escalates the price.
Yeah. What was that price? I'm kind of curious.
I don't recall mine offhand.
Roughly.
15,000 for cameras, around that.
Okay.
And then I think I could have got that down to half that price had I been given the opportunity to do that, and also had the exploration, had the meetings continue, explorations would have come up with things like through our meetings with the RPS, we've decided to move our container into our compound. And instead of building a parts room in there now, this is in meetings with them by moving the container in there. We already own the container. There's no extra cost to build that part room in there. And in fact, it's going to be safer inside our compound and inside that container than if we would have just built the room on the side to put our parts in. And we're also going to buy 2 more containers, no cost to you, but that would have taken off the cost of securing that room from these cars that we store in there when we take their parts off, to put them in there to keep them safe so we can put them back on. One headlight on a truck right now is $3,000. If your LED signal light burns out in it, you got to buy the whole thing. You can't just buy the bulb anymore. So when we take those parts off, we need a secure place to store them. Can't leave them in the car. They'll break into the car, they'll steal them. It has to be in a secure room. So that was part of the quote initially, to put that room on there on the roofing. That could now be minused off of that total. But you never got the documents anyway, so you can't see that. You don't have that information. You don't have all of that information because you weren't given all that information.
So in terms of, well, I guess in terms of cost, because it was quick, you said, if you had more time, the cost of cameras would be cheaper.
Yes.
Was there any talk about, if you did cameras, of a property tax maybe relief, so it's not, and I'm wondering if that would be something that you would be okay with?
Well, some of the funding for some of the people, I was in a financial situation where I took my retirement money and I put it back into my business, and I've done these things to protect it, to ensure that it's going to stay there for my children and my grandchildren. But other businesses are not. So, giving a property tax abatement for some of them is, maybe a possibility on some of the expenses, but they need capital costs up front now to raise their fences and put security in place, and they can't wait for that, to not submit their taxes. They're in that financial position. This needs to be made available now, and those precautions need to be taken now and put into place now before this happens. We're the people on the outside of that fence, and our businesses are on the outside of that fence. Our customers are, our staff are. These security things are serious, and we need them there. And it is recognized by everyone that even your own administration admits that the security costs and everything are astronomical to provide this outside space for the residents on for themselves. Well, why push that cost off onto us? Right? They don't want it. City doesn't want it. Nobody wants it. Let's just give it to the people around the shelter. How do you think Costco would think about that if we put that on their plate? Maybe I should relocate them to their store in tents and feed them there, buy them cigarettes. That might not be a bad idea if they end up in front of my store.
Okay, I'm done.
Thank you, Councilor Rasevich. Seeing no other questions, I do have one there. We did have some discussions about alley closures that might be of some benefit, beside your business in particular, to the north of it and stuff like that. Is that something that still would make some difference to you with the amount of east-west traffic and keep people on the front instead of behind? Is that something still that might be of interest?
I don't think that the alleyway should be closed myself. I'm going to listen to the direction of the RPS. They have a lot of years' experience, and they've been called on to many sites out, in the area with all kinds of crime. And these things deter their line of sight and their actionability onto a situation that, if somebody can hide around a corner with a weapon and you can't see them, that's dangerous, right? And putting a fence in there will also then restrict the emergency service vehicles to the businesses around in the area. It will stop the traffic, but I don't think it's necessary. The RPS, if they're allowed to do their job and the funding is there and all the groups in place that the city has out there are allowed to do that, and the neighborhoods and the alleyways are cleaned up, and yes, they should be nicely graded and leveled, and all the trash constantly picked up. And that can be monitored. And if everybody is in communication and doing their jobs, in the end, this will not cost the city any further money or any further problems or inconveniences or endanger anyone's lives or their businesses or their safety whatsoever. If everything is in place, it will work smoothly, and you can be proud of it, of how you spent the taxpayers' money. If you do not include everything in this equation, you will destroy businesses that provide more revenue to this city and stay in this city than any other one.
Thank you. I see no further questions. You can turn to the gallery. Thank you. I'll now call upon Ms. Sandra Archibald from Arch Transco. Please come forward to the delegation table. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if applicable, and where you live. You have 5 minutes to address Executive Committee, after which you have the opportunity to respond to any questions that the members may have of you. Thank you.
I guess it's good afternoon, Mayor Bashinsky, members of Council and Administration. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to this report. My name is Sandy Archibald, representing Arch Transco. I live in Regina. Our family operates the Messenger Discount Gas Bar across the street from the shelter at 1609 Halifax Street. We're open 7 days a week from 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. The report before you recommends that Council approve option 1 with vicinity improvements, quote, without offering direct compensation to nearby property owners, end quote. With respect, our business and property owners have engaged in good faith consultation and meeting processes for months, and now to be faced with the recommendation of no compensation is discouraging and disheartening, to say the least. The report states that compensation, quote, sets precedent and expectation that other locations where service providers are located should also be compensated for similar impacts. Next time, let's lessen the impacts and do a better job of site selection for an emergency shelter, and not located in the midst of a neighborhood and on the doorstep of downtown and Casino Regina. For context, the 4 family businesses in the area collectively employ up to about 300 people and provide goods and services to approximately 1,000 customers every day. I note that administration recently recommended providing a financial incentive for a big box store to locate within the city limits. Our businesses have been here for years and are seeking a fraction of that amount for safety and security enhancements that would not be necessary but for the city locating the shelter in our neighborhood. Let's consider this an opportunity to build a framework to provide reasonable compensation for security enhancements, so when the next shelter is established, the work's already been done for the compensation piece. Taxpayers should understand that the shelter is not in their backyard, and monetary compensation to those affected by the impacts is reasonable. We support option 3 as the best option if the eligibility requirements were expanded to include maintenance and security items listed in option 2. We support the vicinity improvement piece that's included in both options. We're concerned that the fenced-in patio at the shelter is not recommended. Shelter residents have no ability to sip a coffee or have a cigarette outdoors unless they leave the premises. We support an outdoor space for the shelter residents be included in the design. The report states that the neighborhood 24/7 security monitoring by the city is not recommended. No options other than RPS have been offered. Residents, customers, and staff need to feel safe while coming and going in the area. The perception of safety is critical for everyone. A mobile security service would be eyes in the neighborhood to identify loitering, panhandling, need for garbage removal, needle pickup, graffiti removal, temporary encampments, etc. We all want this project to start off right and demonstrate that with the shelter in operation, it's business as usual in our neighborhood. A visible security presence, particularly at the outset, sends a message to hangers-on that they're not welcome in the area. I describe the hangers-on as those members of society who loiter around and may prey on the vulnerable residents of the shelter. The Good Neighbor Plan is still not finalized, and it's supposed to be the document that all stakeholders are to follow. Finalizing the Good Neighbor Plan with clearly defined roles, responsibilities, and accountability for all partners is essential well in advance of the opening of the shelter. The plan will be the only document that the partners have to rely upon. The shelter must not open until the Good Neighbor Plan is finalized and circulated to all partners so we all understand our roles and responsibilities. In conclusion, we respectfully ask this committee to support option 3 with expanded eligibility from items listed in option 2. The 24/7 mobile security detail be put in place by the city from the opening date and for a minimum of 6 to 12 months following. The Good Neighbor Plan be finalized prior to the shelter's opening, and the shelter must include an outdoor patio space for the residents. Thank you very much for your listening and for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Archibald. I'll look to my fellow councillors to see if there is any questions. Councillor Rasevich, please.
Well, that's the same question through the chair. So, you know, for yourself, cameras and stuff like, things like that, would the tax, you know, property tax abatement, you know, for you to get a reduction on your property tax and to put some cameras up, you know, if it was all coordinated too, obviously you want to coordinate it so that that whole area, if it's 100 meters around, you want it coordinated, you know, and obviously if everybody's going to get cameras together, maybe get a better price as well. And if it was done through property tax, so your abatement, would that be something you would even consider?
Either the grant or abatement, something like that. And you're correct. If we know which way we're going, then we could, as a group, yes, maybe get a better buy on products. But for our particular business, we've got 500 people coming a day, standing outside, fueling their gas. We want them to feel comfortable. And I think this 24/7 security detail of some sort, some mobile thing, is going to give the comfort level, certainly to our customers and other customers coming and going in the area, and to the staff, and to the residents of the shelter as well.
But that's two things now. I was talking about cameras, now you're talking about security 24/7.
The camera piece for us is fairly, probably $15,000 to $20,000 for cameras, rock glass, roll down shutters, monitoring would more than cover it. Our bigger concern for our particular business is mobile security, because we've got people standing out, out in the open. So we don't want them, pad handlers coming up or whatever.
Right, but you want both.
Yes.
Right. Yeah. So I guess this 24-hour security would be separate from, I'm saying, the cameras. But would you be open to considering a tax abatement for the cameras and all that?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rasevich. Seeing no further questions, thank you for your presentation. You return to the gallery. We'll now call upon Delegation Daniel Turgeon from Town and Country Plumbing and Heating. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if applicable, and where you live. You have 5 minutes to address Executive Committee, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that the members may have of you. Please proceed.
I'm Mayor Bashinsky, members of Regina City Council and City Administration. My name is Dan Turgeon. I reside in the Crescents neighborhood of Regina. Today I'm here representing Town and Country Plumbing, Heating and Electrical and my commercial property investment located at 1450 South Railway. And I'm speaking regarding, of course, to the EX 25-53. The report as presented recommends that Council approve option 1, which proposes vicinity improvements without offering direct compensation to nearby property owners. However, as referenced in motion CR 24-105 on September 25th of 2024, item 10, and CR 25-37 from April 25th of 2025, administration was explicitly tasked with engaging and collaborating with stakeholders to develop a compensation plan and to determine eligibility for both capital and operational expense reimbursement. Developing a program that offers nothing was not the task. After a disjointed and ultimately disappointing engagement period, I'm again frustrated that administration has brought forward a recommendation that denies compensation to impacted property owners. During engagement, I was told by administration that being a property owner and operating a business in the city comes with risks, and that the city cannot be held accountable for these risks. With the recommendation of option 1, that message is now being placed on full public display. Attached to my remarks are meeting notes previously shared with administration. I believe that those were distributed in the council package. These notes include individual requests made by neighboring businesses who actively participate in the engagement process. On the first page, under actionable items, there are still tasks not completed. A crime baseline report for the area within 250 meters of the shelter has not been provided, and the shelter Good Neighbor Plan remains unfinished. Business stakeholders are still unclear about its contents and are now left to make security improvements with very little time. Therefore, I strongly advocate that Council will approve option 3, which includes vicinity improvements and a capital and reimbursement grant, in combination with the operational maintenance and security grant outlined in option 2. The estimated financial impact of this combined approach would be $300,000 for the first year capital improvements, and then just under $100,000 annually for operational maintenance and security monitoring. Additionally, I want to draw attention to Table 2 of the report. 2 ideas listed as not recommended were in fact highly valued by stakeholders, especially the inclusion of an outdoor space in the shelter's design. This addition would benefit both neighboring businesses and shelter residents, giving residents a space to enjoy Regina's amazing summer days. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your presentation. Do any members of council have any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your presentation. Return to the gallery. With the permission of council, I'd like to get the last delegation in before we break for lunch. Just do a quick check around, make sure we're all good for that. So last one here this morning, I'd like to call upon Miranda Mitchell from Fella and Fish. Please come forward to the delegation table. Thank you. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if applicable, and where you live. You have 5 minutes to address the executive committee, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions that the members may have of you. Thank you. Please proceed.
My name is Miranda Michael. I reside in Regina, Saskatchewan. I live in Lakeview. I'm representing Fill and Fetch, which is directly surrounding the emergency shelter. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak today. Our group has been fully engaged since September from last year. From day one, we've consistently and respectfully voiced our concerns and offered solutions to ensure a successful integration of the shelter. We've never wavered from our stance, and we've always approached this matter in good faith, committing to working with the city to find a path forward that supports not only our businesses and staff, but the residents of the shelter as well. From the outset, we posed major concerns: a lack of a concrete plan, no dedicated funding for impacts of surrounding properties, poorly defined timelines, and a glaring absence of security planning. and no traffic impact assessment, despite the fact that this facility sits on one of the busiest arteries leading in and out of downtown. Still, we pressed on. We advocated not only for our businesses, but for the safety and dignity of the shelter residents. We provided documentation whenever requested. We collected quotes, estimates, and real-world examples of what it would take to keep our businesses, staff, clientele, and the entire community safe. We've invested an exorbitant amount of time with City Council, administration, attending countless meetings, always under the impression that our collaboration was moving us forward. But here we are, 8 months later, no further ahead. Following the direction from Council on April 9th to have administration come back with a compensation plan, our group immediately responded. We submitted a clear document outlining projected costs and quotes for fencing, lighting, video surveillance, and staffing, a proposed draft of a Good Neighbor plan that delegated roles, defined responsibilities, and addressed long-standing safety gaps. Despite our efforts, we stand here today with only 2 months away from the shelter's opening, with no finalized Good Neighbor plan, no compensation program, and no accountability framework. We have consistently reinforced the need for all components to be in place for this facility to open. It's simply irresponsible to move forward without a binding expectation of who's responsible for what, a clear compensation plan to support the impacted businesses, and a detailed finalized Good Neighbor agreement. What we are receiving instead is a recommendation from administration that opts to do nothing directly for the businesses. Option 1 of this report completely strips away every principle the city claimed to stand for. It acknowledges our concerns about safety, about finances, and about the community, and then chooses to ignore them. Let me be clear. Our position is not extreme. If all pieces of this puzzle are not in place, the opening must be delayed. Otherwise, Council is knowingly setting this project up and this community for failure. Let me also address the issue of data and measurement. Throughout this process, we've asked the city for a baseline crime report within 250 meters of the shelter. We believe that in order to fairly and transparently measure future impacts, we needed to know what the area looked like before the shelter opened. Despite making this request several meetings, it was never fulfilled. We did our part, reporting potential expenses, baseline for revenues, quotes and estimates. We received nothing from the city in return that would allow for comparative evidence-based monitoring. This is unacceptable and future deteriorates our trust. I also want to highlight what took place in our Good Neighbor Agreement engagement session on April 29th. The session was presented as progress, but in reality, it was an amateur draft filled with vague statements, such as, all neighbors have the right to enjoy their properties peacefully. All partners agree to communicate respectfully. All partners agree to raise issues proactively. While these sound nice on paper, they lack any structure, any enforcement, and any clarity on who is responsible for action. The majority of attendees made a point abundantly clear. The Good Neighbor Plan must include specific commitments, detailed protocol, and real accountability. We've done everything you've asked of us and more. We've shown up, we've leaned in, and we've tried to collaborate. But we're repeatedly losing trust. Our faith in this process is eroding because the city's follow-through is not matching its words. This is our final ask today. Please do not approve a compensation plan until a binding Good Neighbor agreement is in place. Do not open the shelter until all components, which includes security, traffic planning, business support, are dialed in. You asked us to work with you, and we did. And now we're asking you to honor that effort and lead responsibly. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I see we've got a couple of people's questions. Councillor Fro, please proceed.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. Miranda, thanks for coming back. I want to first thank you for your approach that you've taken. You've consistently spoken about your interest in seeing the beneficiaries of this shelter supported as well as the area, and I appreciate that. My question for you, when you speak of Good Neighbor policy, and I know you've done a lot of homework in this area, is what does it mean to you, in terms of our respective obligations. You've been in these sessions, and at a high level, walk us through what a good neighbor policy means to you. I think we need to hear from you in particular, because I really respect the approach you've taken throughout this process.
I think for us, it's just accountability. We know that we're going to have to be held accountable as well. Who's doing the cleanup? If the cleanup's not happening, who do we call? Who's the first voice that we respond to when we're having an issue? Is there a point of contact that we can direct? We don't want to be calling RPS for every little issue that we come across, and we know there's going to be things that are happening within the area that we're going to have to deal with, and I guess a realistic approach of how we do that.
I appreciate that answer. You're busy running a business, so I don't expect that you have, but have you had the opportunity to visit the new YWCA? Yeah, I mean, in so many ways they're the gold standard of a good neighbor policy. Probably a lot more questions for administration today. Maybe my last question is around, the importance, I think I heard you say, of really making sure that we're all ready, that we get off on a good foot before the shelter opens. And there's some pressures around timelines on that. Just walk me through why that's important to you, and we'll likely have a discussion later today around some of those challenges, but also the critical importance of ensuring that we get off on a good start.
Mm-hmm. I think it's just setting a precedence for the area. People have a mindset of what this is going to look like, and we definitely want to prove them wrong. We're in this wholeheartedly. We will do everything it takes to set that precedence. But yeah, we need the area to be clean. We need our clients to feel safe. If that is not set up from the time this opens, we've set it up for failure.
Yeah, you know what? Colleagues laugh at me when I do this, when I say last question, but maybe one more question. I think it's important that we don't assume who these clients are and what they're going to do, right? They're our neighbors too. But is there anything else that we as a city could do to set these clients and your customers up for success? Like, I do reject the idea that these clients are going to do undue harm to our community, but I do embrace the idea that we need to support your clients and them. So is there anything else that isn't in the document today, or that hasn't been in the discussions, maybe we as a city or as a community more broadly could do to set those clients and your customers up for success? Communication, roundtables, anything at all?
Is the good neighbor agreement not just that? Is the good neighbor agreement not us working together fully, meeting regularly to say this is working, this isn't working? But right now that's not in place. I would say the good neighbor agreement is number one in setting it up, all of us up for success.
Thank you very much for your time, Miranda.
Thank you.
Councillor Bizo.
Thank you very much, through the chair. Miranda, thank you very much for coming here today. I've got a couple questions to ask you. One, how much time have you spent on this work, and how much have you taken away from your business and lost on revenues to spend on this?
Our hours are countless. I think I can speak for every one of us. I haven't logged my hours, but we've spent an exorbitant amount of time on this.
Okay, and another question. One thing that I heard from Bobby was there was several times meetings were canceled. Were you part of that notification period, and you just got an email?
Mm-hmm. It seemed to happen right after our last council meeting. So we were meeting every Monday morning at 7:30 with administration at Nikki's Cafe. After the last council meeting, they started getting canceled after that. So I believe there were 3 or 4 that were canceled on us. Lots of times we would have to initiate that conversation to say, hey, are we meeting tomorrow morning? And we would get a notification at 11 o'clock at night sometimes to say we're not meeting tomorrow morning.
Was there anything that was really resolved in the meetings that you did have, or is it still left very open-ended?
I would say there's good communication in it. We had the opportunity to present a lot of data to administration. Whether or not that was always brought forth to everyone, I can't guarantee that because I haven't seen it in the reports that you guys have been given.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Councillor Bizo. Councillor Rasevich.
Just follow up through the chair. I guess, would you be in favor of us not having to pave the alleyways and set up a patio and unfenced patio I'm assuming are you in favor of that, plus your other businesses?
Yeah, as a group of businesses, we've discussed that, the paving of the alleyway, we would give up in a heartbeat to give these guys an area that they can go out and enjoy and,
Did you relay that in the meetings?
I think so. Well, we've definitely stressed, I mean,
yeah.
council stressed at the last council meeting too, how important this outdoor space was. I think that was our number one concern, was the 24/7 monitoring and making sure that if Ritzis is claiming that they have wraparound services for their clients, would this outdoor area not be a part of those wraparound services and making them want to stay in their own
But I guess, was it
facility?
presented to you, there's a choice, okay, we don't have to pave the alleyways, we can do the outdoor space, or we can do the no outdoor space and we'll pave the alleyways, was that presented
I
to
think
you?
I can say that clearly on the record right now for all of us, that we would give up paving the alleyways to
Right.
give these guys that outdoor
But
space.
was that option presented to you?
No,
No, okay, thank you.
no.
Okay, seeing no other questions, thank you for your presentation. You return to the gallery.
Thank you.
We are now at our scheduled break period here right now. So do I need a motion? No, so we are now going to reset. 45. Okay, so we will out and return at 1:15. Thank you. get people to take their seats, we will resume the executive committee meeting. Okay, folks, we'll get back out of here. So we'll resume the meeting here. First item that we have is that we have to receive and file item EX 2556, which is a communication from the YWCA from Melissa Coomer Benson. Could I get a motion from a member? So Shobna Radon, Councillor Radons. And we have to, that's it, just have to. Oh, okay. I'd like to ask Deputy City Manager Debbie Bryden to bring forward the report.
Thank you. Through the chair. On April 9th, 2025, City Council directed administration to consult further with businesses within 100 meters of the shelter and report back with options on a potential compensation program. As part of the compensation program, administration was tasked by Council to consider tax exemptions as well as other options for compensation. Administration drafted some options that included property tax exemptions and presented these options during a May 13th engagement session with the surrounding property owners of the shelter. During the May 13th engagement session, it became clear that property owners preferred options that provided direct funding for upgrades they feel need to be made to their property due to the shelter, and administration heard that property tax exemptions were not the desired mechanism to accomplish this. Property owners were given the opportunity to submit their feedback to the presented options via Be Heard, and this feedback is included in your report package as Appendix B. Community engagement since the announcement of the shelter location has underscored concerns regarding safety, infrastructure, and in general overall neighborhood vibrancy. Addressing these concerns requires targeted investments in the surrounding area. In response, administration is recommending improvements around the shelter to enhance neighborhood vibrancy. Additionally, several approved infrastructure projects are set to move forward in the heritage neighborhood over the next 4 years. A jurisdictional review indicates that Canadian municipalities generally do not provide compensation for properties near shelters. Instead, they adopt good neighbor plans to foster collaboration. I will also add, in January, Council directed administration to work or gave us delegated authority for the Good Neighbor Plan, and work on that plan is underway and it is on schedule to be finalized by the end of June. Administration is committed to fully participating in the Good Neighbor Plan moving forward. The options presented in the report were designed to reflect the feedback we received from the members of the community that attended our public session. Several members of administration, as well as Inspector Brad Walter, Community Services Division, Central District with Regina Police Service, are here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Okay, just point of clarity, do we wish to go back and get the... Okay, so I'm going to just put this on hold here right now. Ms. Bryden, I received just incorrect advice here. Before we move this motion here, we do have to receive and file EX 2556, which is the communication from the YWCA. And so I need a mover first for that. Councillor Massanelli. Okay, and do we need to vote on that? Okay. Is there anybody opposed? Carried. Okay. We will. Okay. Okay, so we'll then move back to Councillor Radens as the mover for the main motion. First, I'll have to ask if you have anything to speak to it. To the main motion from the administration. Okay. Does not have to speak to it, yes. So Councillor Radons, are you willing to then move the main motion here, the original one here for the EX 2553, which is the permanent emergency? You do? Okay, yes. So do you wish to speak to the main report? She does not. Okay. Okay, we'll now open this up to the floor for other speakers here. Councillor Fro, you are first.
Thank you. through the chair. There's three, well, first, we're going to hear a bit, I'm sure, about the good neighbor policy. And we're going to ensure that this is done right. And we're going to put our best foot forward. And I expect that will be done. So thanks for everyone that's been working really hard on this. There's three things, given where we're at, that need to happen, in my opinion. And so I'll be looking for some support on a potential amendment. So, one, we do require enhanced support for the beneficiaries of the shelter, the residents, and the businesses in and around Center Square and Heritage. So an organization like the Street Team, it need not be them, can provide incremental support, particularly in the evenings and weekends, which is a gap right now. So in my mind, we have dollars available to us since we winded down CSAR, Community Safety and Wellbeing. So that's net new money that isn't included in this package, but that isn't sort of an incremental ask to taxpayers. Second, we've heard the concern of providing compensation directly to businesses from administration. It's their job to provide us good advice, and that's fair, and so thank you for that. For right or for wrong, this council also in April directed administration to develop a compensation plan. We've heard some feedback on that. So I think we can find a balance and a solution that avoids setting a national precedence, but that has some parameters and eligibility that is reasonable. And so what I'd like to see us do is take the $200,000 that clearly folks have stated we don't need this alley paved, and delegate authority to administration to look at a one-time grant that has some eligibility parameters for those within 100 meters of this shelter. And you know, your feedback from the administration has been important on that. So we can find a balance here. Lastly, we've heard from many folks about the need for an outdoor patio at this shelter. And quite honestly, it's a human right to have a place to go outside. And so while our partner may not want to have one, and they may have some rationale, frankly, everything is figure-outable. And so I would like to find a way whereby we support the capital dollars required to see that patio happen. They're very capable, smart people that will ensure that that is done in the correct way. But these beneficiaries deserve a clean outdoor place to be. And I think that's non-negotiable, quite frankly. So I'm going to need some support in terms of how I structure these amendments, but I'm trying to find a balance here that recognizes the important feedback we've gotten from the administration, that clearly recognizes the feedback from our community. But ideally, these things also support not just the businesses surrounding it, but very directly the beneficiaries and very directly the heritage neighborhood. So that's, I guess, what I'd like to start with here today. So I'd like, Deputy City Clerk can give me some guidance on this. I think what I'd like to do is make an amendment to option one, but I'm going to require some support as to how to structure and word this. So maybe the first thing I should do is look to administration for some feedback on what I've suggested. But maybe I'll look to you, Amber, to give me some guidance as to how to proceed now.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, there's a few options that you have. You could move an amendment, or you could also potentially move to table this report and ask administration to bring forward a supplemental report that would report back on this additional information.
Well, maybe we'll ask administration, just through you, Mr. Chair, just given the timelines that we have and the fact that this is opening imminently, what are your thoughts on tabling and bringing it back, or are we simply in a time crunch whereby we need to make some decisions and move forward?
Ms. Bryden?
Thank you. Through the chair, so I would recognize that we're in a bit of a time crunch. The shelter is scheduled to open end of July.
Yep.
And I think if I can separate the two, one being the proposed option for funding, I think administration can take that away and likely have a good conversation and come up with a solid approach for that funding. In reference to the outdoor space, so there is capital costs to incur to create that outdoor space, which is one thing. And then there's the additional ongoing operational costs by a service provider. Our partner in that is RITSIS, and they're funded by the provincial government for operations. And so I think that we would need to have some conversation, certainly with RITSIS, to help flush out how that would look. And I would ask if Mr. Slater could add more comments to that, if I may.
Yeah, most certainly. Who is it?
God, with more money.
Deputy Mayor, it's like when Mark Carney was giving his speech after he got elected and the phone rang, you know? Kind of different.
It's a WEF caller.
Carry on.
Through the chair, thanks for the question. Yeah, Ms. Bryden's correct. The provincial government provides the block funding to RITSIS to operate, essentially to operate per bed inside the building. So the main function of the organization is to operate the space within. In conversations with RITSIS, although not opposed to operating an exterior space, it would come with additional operational costs, and which wouldn't be provincially funded. So it would be have to be municipally funded.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Slater. I think there's a couple things there. One, constitutionally, many would say this is the provincial government's responsibility, and of course their budget is materially larger than ours. So I would have liked to see them, quite honestly, as included in these discussions. So I think we most certainly should have a discussion with them. And I have also heard several people question the capital outlay required to build an outdoor space. So I think things are figure-outable in terms of how we scale and what we look at. It's my understanding from previous meetings that the beneficiaries, when they come in and out, that there's some degree of security there. So I would question whether or not there's a need to activate the exterior space, right? These aren't prisoners. This is simply an area for them to sit down and enjoy. We could be talking about picnic tables and some flowers here. We're not talking about a fenced-in institution. So I would like to see that taken away. One other thing, though, that Ms. Bryden said that I think warrants attention, and we're going to, in my view, we should delegate authority to administration that has the expertise to come up with the parameters and eligibility of a one-time capital grant. But there isn't a piece, I think, also that is important to avoid precedents, and that is this idea of sort of causation, whereby if we do a good job as a community, RPS, street team, enhanced cleaning, community services, there should never be a problem. There should never be a problem. And the benefit of having some obligation and accountability around that is then we make it happen, right? I'm quite optimistic it's going to turn out great. So I think that that's important too, right? That we acknowledge we're holding ourselves accountable for everyone to succeed, and done correctly, there should never be an application to this. And so I think we delegate authority to administration to come up with the wording that addresses administration's concern, but allows us the option, should the worst happen down the road, to look at one-time dollars. And so I think, with that, I don't have any other questions from them. I've heard quite clearly we got to go talk to RITSIS and the provincial government. But to be clear, the street team dollars I see is coming from a different bucket of money. We have that already, right? There's dollars available from the wind down of community safety impact, CSAR.
Yeah.
So I think I'll stop there and wait for the deputy city clerk to give some guidance as to how to proceed.
So just to clarify with Ms. Bryden, no concerns with putting some motions forward now, but we do need to talk to RITSIS just as we're preparing the motion here right now, we don't have to, okay.
Thank you through the chair. I think if we could specify in the motion that, you know, giving us direction to have further conversation with RITSIS and the provincial government related to the outdoor patio operating costs. Is that?
Through the chair, absolutely. And I think, you know, from my perspective, sometime when you're given an expectation, you figure it out. And we have been collaborative and will continue to be collaborative. But it is my expectation that they figure that out. So yes, let's have that conversation, but I'd like this amendment to be fairly prescriptive in its language, that council expects and endorses the idea that these beneficiaries have a place to sit outside, right? So I'm certain RITSIS and the provincial government and our team can figure that out. Councillor Seeklees has raised an important point. Just to reiterate, when we're talking about delegating authority to administration to determine eligibility and being very careful on language, those dollars would be reallocated from the money that we had identified to pave the alley.
Okay, Councillor Fro, if you could just check the screen here to just ensure that this reflects your motion. I'll advise Councillor Mancinelli and Councillor Rasevich that you were up before this amendment or motion was brought forward. So you will be kind of behind. Anything we do right now is speak into this, and if we have to come back, we have to come back to your guys' request to speak. So just to be aware.
There's a couple of things. We're getting close. I want to delegate authority to administration to detail the parameters of eligibility. I don't want to do that on the floor of council. In order to be careful of precedents, I would like this to be restricted to those in direct proximity to the permanent emergency shelter. So this isn't for every service provider within the city, right? We're trying to avoid precedents, and I know administration will do a good job with language and eligibility parameters. Consult to me is a soft word. Number two, I understand we don't get to direct the provincial government to do anything, but I would like firmer language saying that we are advancing an outdoor space at the permanent emergency shelter, which requires working with the provincial government and RITSIS, and that perhaps council endorses that option. Right? Let's be clear. I think that we've heard that these folks deserve a place to sit, and we've heard the concerns of not having that. So I'd like just stiffer language if we can.
Ms. Bryden?
Thank you. Through the chair, if I could just seek some clarity. Also, Councillor Fro, you spoke of expansion of the street team?
Yeah, that's number 3.
Oh, is it? Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, so thank you, Ms. Bryden. So the third aspect of this amendment would be an expansion. The third aspect of this team is enhanced support for shelter beneficiaries and the broader community within the Center Square area through partnering, with service providers, included but not limited to the street team. I suspect we'll want to check with them if they want additional work, but this is incremental. And I'd also like that motion to reflect that the dollars that would be required to do that would come from the money that I believe we have through the wind down of Caesar. Now, we may want to pilot that to put some sort of guardrails around sort of putting something structurally into the budget. I'll look for administration to their thoughts on that. But what we're talking about here is a particular focus on evening and weekends, and this is incremental so as not to spread the existing group thin. So I think the street team is wonderful, and for the record, they do a great job of supporting vulnerable people, but also the broader community. But I don't want to be so prescriptive in the event that they're not able to take on the contract.
Okay, I'm just going to put a hold here right now. We've just got to make sure we get each of the ones up here correctly. So if you just have a look at the screen, deal with number 1. Make sure that we've got that reflecting things there. 2, we got the Ritzis. We'll deal with that next. And then 3, we want to deal with the street team aspect there. But let's finish up number 1.
Can we
and
through the chair, may we take 5 minutes to try and get the language correct, please?
Okay.
Like, just take a
5-minute recess?
Yes.
You bet. Okay, 5-minute recess. Starting now. We shall return, well, at 1:45. Okay, folks, the 17-second warning. Okay, we are going to resume business. So we have now crafted the new amendments to the bill. Do I need to get him to actually read it? Okay, I'll get you to first read it there, Councillor Fro, and confirm that everything here is 100% rock solid correct.
Thank you. Well, I think first I just want to clarify for the record that these are in addition to what's laid out in option 1 with the exception of paving. So when we're talking about incremental cleaning, when we're talking about incremental support, when we're talking about community, like this is not separate from that. This is incremental and in addition, right? So I think that's really important. The only thing that would be removed from the recommended option is the paving because we're reallocating those dollars. So these three things are in addition to what's been laid out in number 1. And I think very clearly, one of my colleagues said this, I don't know who, what we want to do is put the good neighbor plan into action. You know, we need to see that plan, we have to be comfortable with that plan, but this is about putting the good neighbor plan into action and holding ourselves accountable. And let's start from the premise that when we are successful, you know, we'll recognize that success, but, you know, number 1 won't be ideally required. So yeah, I think that lastly, if I may, if I understand correctly, the Regina Street team today works until roughly 7 p.m. Please, administration, correct me if I'm wrong. What we're talking about here, and so I'm looking, maybe I'll look to administration, is evening and weekend supports that are incremental and in addition to, right? So we're not talking about stretching the existing team out. We're talking about enhanced service now which doesn't exist, right? Whether it be overnight and to a certain time in the evening. I don't have the expertise to determine that. I think we can take that offline, but this is evening and weekends beyond what's regularly provided. So if it's 3 o'clock in the morning and someone needs support, right, someone will be there to support them.
Okay, Councillor Fro, just in all the changes here, I believe number 2 there, you'd wanted a bit better word than consult, and I believe engage might be what you might want.
Yeah, I might say advance the construction of an outdoor patio, you know, recognizing its importance to beneficiaries in the community through engagement with RITSIS and the provincial government.
Get you to carry that thought on again, just for Janice.
Yeah. Advance the construction of an outdoor patio, recognizing the benefit to shelter beneficiaries and the broader community through engagement with the provincial government and RITSIS. Acting city managers. Okay.
Looking good. Okay. And number 3, you're comfortable with that. And just be advised, I will need you to read in the entire motion amendment.
Yeah, that looks good.
Okay, if you can scroll up to 1, and Councillor Fro, I'd like you to read into the minutes your amendment for the record.
Thank you. In addition to the options contained in option 1, administration's recommendation, with the understanding that the alley will no longer be paved, I'm making the following amendment. 1, redirect the $200,000 in funding allocated to pave the alleyways to fund a one-time grant and delegate authority to administration to develop eligibility parameters for those stakeholders affected within 100 meters of the permanent emergency shelter. 2, advance the construction of an outdoor patio, recognizing the benefits to shelter beneficiaries and the broader community through engagement with the provincial government and RITSIS. 3, enhanced incremental support for shelter beneficiaries and the community around city center, including but not limited to an organization like the Regina Street Team, with a focus on overnight and weekend support through a pilot initiative, putting into action our Good Neighbor plan. The dollars used to fund this will come from the remaining funds associated with winding down Caesar.
Okay. At this point, if you have any further comments to speak to council or to the gallery, you can do that. And then we'll be opening this for comments to the rest of council and advisement from administration.
Nothing further. I appreciate the time afforded to us to get this language right and try to navigate ourselves to a palatable solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fro. Now, Councillor Rasevich, you still want to speak to the original motion, or do you want to speak to the amendment? Okay. So I'm going to skip you. I'll get you to check in later if you've got some more stuff for that. Councillor Mancinelli on amendment or the original? Amendment. Okay. You are up.
Through the chair, my first question is, I seem to remember the street team is going through an expansion currently. Am I mistaken in my memory?
Ms. Bryden?
Through the chair, I believe you're correct. I will refer that to Mr. Slater, though, and he can provide further details.
Mr. Slater, please go ahead.
Through the chair, yes, through a few different funding opportunities. One through the provincial government has allowed the street team to more expand staff, I would say, in sort of the priority neighborhoods. And we're also providing some funding through our federal program to assist with expansion in downtown to build their team. The gap for the street team at the moment is and was part of the original plan, and hope was an overnight piece. That overnight piece, of course, is complex and would require them to staff up substantially, but it was part of the original plan, and it's not part of their current funding.
Appreciate that. Currently, are they just in the process of their first staffing up from their original design?
Mr. Slater?
Through the chair, I think that's come, I don't want to speak on behalf of the organization, but I think that's come in increments as they've sort of become a more robust team and sort of well known to funders and really proven the work that they're doing.
Okay. I guess the point I'm making with this is that incremental investment and awareness of this coming down the road. There's been investments coming to this point currently. One of the challenges that I've been made aware of with the street team is trying to actually find people to staff the street team. So even with the best amendment and the best intention, you still have to fill the bodies, and the street team is still filling out the bodies and expanding as we speak. So I don't know if that'll happen as quick if this passes or not. I just wanted to bring an awareness to that this is actually being worked on currently. My next question was in reference to that outdoor space. I kind of understand the comments of the provider. One of the things that was, I believe, stressed about this type of an approach to providing shelter was the fact that they wanted to bring people into the shelter, offer security, allow them a chance to relax and not leave the shelter if possible till they could get them to the second stage of help they need. So with that, I guess what I'm referencing is that outdoor patio piece that had a big play on the original plan as it reflected to me. I'm just wondering, is that not as important as first played, or what are the ramifications there? I thought the whole idea was try to keep them in a place that was secure and good for them, so they didn't have to wander back to the street the next morning and be back out at the, every drug dealer and person trying to roll them. I guess I'll be quiet now and look for comment.
Ms. Bride?
Thank you. Through the chair, I believe you are correct, and that would be partially why the service provider has indicated the additional funding for staffing that would be required, is that might be part of the staging within the building, but I would also ask Mr. Slater if he has anything further to add to that. No, he does not.
Nothing further.
Okay. I had another question before I start going to my comments here. No, I think that covers it off. Having been a part of this from the temporary shelters when they first got going to the inception of this permanent shelter, one of the big deviations between the two was the fact that this was going to be permanent, and to prepare the neighborhood for a permanent fixture with people with very, very acute needs. I respect the wanting to help through this amendment and the amendment itself. And one of the things I've learned from the chair that I sit in right now in my experience is amendments leave a lot of gaps. And once again, you know, it's been a real hard point to get to this point right now. The people over there have gotten mad over the conversations many times, even with the best intentions laid out. And so to see them recognize all the work that administration did, digest it, come back with a recommendation for where the comfort levels are that kind of comes in a middle ground between anything. They've already kind of indicated that a hybrid between B and C would be the closest thing they could have to satisfaction. The costing between them...
You have 30 seconds left.
The costing between them is quite close. They're both funded with the initial, whatever it is, $269,000 equal, and there's a $300,000 program maximum in one and a $96,000 a year annual cost for 3 years in the other. So what I would like to see is, I'm going to vote against this amendment. I'm going to suggest that we put up an amendment for a hybrid of B and C. We take the $200,000 for the lanes and we put it towards the funding gap, and then there's $100,000 left to answer for, which is a workable amount still. It meets the needs of the people who have been so proactive in giving us their comments.
Okay, your time's
and
up.
it meets what administration put out for work. So no offense to the amendment, but I'm going to vote against it and go for the hybrid after.
I'm going to, clarification goes over, I'll give that to you, George.
Thanks. Through you, Chair. You mean 2 and 3 when you say B and C? Thanks, pal. Okay. All right.
Okay, Mayor Chad Bashinsky, please go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, thank you to all the delegates that came today. I think from my perspective, reading through, I think this attempts to try and hear the direct feedback that we heard today about not feeling that the paving is necessarily as important, but yet some funding allocated to be able to address some of the other concerns is more important. And so I think that takes care of some of those concerns in a capacity that we can see from the funding that's available right in front of us today. So I think it does address some of those gaps. The outdoor patio space, we heard about that today as well. I think, again, trying to move forward and put something in place that moves to both from some of the comments that Councillor Fro made around providing space for those folks. I think that does enhance the environment overall. And then again, the street team or otherwise, somebody that can support around that area, I think again speaks to what we heard today. So with that, I think all 3 points are fair points in my view, and I'll be in support of this amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Seacless.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Yeah, I like this too, but there is something that, in discussions with our friends over here, there seems to be some sort of continuance issue between last council's discussions to, for lack of a better word, make them whole if something were to go south, and what we're talking about now. Where did that go? Did that get dropped off without any consultation? Did we decide on that? I don't recall. And maybe, Jason, you remember, you can give us a bit of a history lesson on that. I don't know. Maybe admin. Because one of the comments I hear from our friends is that a lot of the people that have been working on this file are now gone. and they feel like there's, they work, and then the people at admin that were working on this are gone. And then now we're looking at a blend of option 3 with a few pieces that we've added on, and it looks good, but where's that other piece that was a kind of a stopgap for them in case things went really south? And if I'm not remembering correctly, you just let me know, but I thought there was something in there. Could someone remind us of that and why it's not there anymore?
Acting City Manager Jim Nicol.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Seacliffe, I hope this is addressing your question, but if you refer to page 10 of the report, it outlines that what the council on the last meeting date of the last term on October 9th of 2024 directed a number of things.
Okay.
And then the new council in January scaled that back.
Right. And after then, that's when we met Bobby, and he let us have it.
Correct. And then we came back on April 9th with something that would then council directed what is before you today. So if you refer to pages 10 and 11 of the report, I believe that will address what the chronology was.
So I'm on page 11. Is it one of those 1, 2, and 3 pieces, or the A, B, C? Oh, sorry, April 9th you said. So April 9th, there's an A, a B, and a C. One is developing a neighborhood maintenance comp program. B is determining eligibility for compensation options. That's still there? Is that what you're saying? And C, developing eligibility requirements for surrounding businesses. So that's still there, right? So I think we're good.
Yeah, yes, with respect, I believe that what is outlined in the direction from council on April 9th is what has formed the basis for the report that's before you today, including the ongoing engagement that's been undertaken.
Okay. So that engagement would have been covering these topics, the meetings that were had, at least 4 of them. Okay. Just wanted to make sure of that. Thanks.
Okay. Oh, yeah, sorry. Okay. Ms. Bryden.
Through the chair, we did have a formal engagement process that is outlined, I believe, in the report, but if you would prefer, Deputy City Manager Johnson could walk us through that. Okay. Yep.
Of it. Thank you for pointing that out.
Okay, at this point, I see no further speakers. Councillor Fro, I'd like to ask if you'd like to close.
I'd like to thank the delegates that have come many times to speak to us. This need not be the last time that we work together for the benefit of our community. I want to acknowledge the vulnerable people in our city that will be using the permanent shelter and our shared interest in supporting those folks. I want to thank administration for your important feedback and the work that you do, notwithstanding some of the challenges. I know there's been really long hours for a lot of staff, and you've provided some important insight to us around precedents and the importance of language, and I'm comfortable that we can find a balance here. When I think about enhanced support for Center Square through the street team, I see that as benefiting everybody in Heritage in the downtown and those in direct proximity to the shelter. So I'm comfortable of these amendments, and I've certainly learned a lot through this process, and I'm appreciative of that. So here's to believing that with the strong good neighbor policy that holds ourselves accountable where we work in good faith, that this will be an example of how we take care of each other in this community. So appreciate the opportunity to introduce the amendment.
Thank you. With that, I'd like to ask Acting City Clerk Amanda Ackerman to please proceed with the Amber Ackerman to proceed with the vote.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the amendment passes 6-3 with the following members voting in favor as follows. Mayor Bashinsky, Councillor Rasevich, Siklis, Flores, Fro, and Deputy Mayor Burton. And those voting against are Councillors Bezo, Mancinelli, and Radins.
With that, we've reached the end of the agenda. I would like to, the main motion. Oh, sorry, main motion. Sorry. Ah. Okay, so Councillor Fro, we are back to the original motion as amended, and that now needs to be voted on as well. So as
Everybody still had a chance to
okay.
people who want to speak to the main motion,
Yep.
but it's still on him, so he has 3 minutes left to speak on the main motion. If he has
Correct.
anything
Yes.
further to say.
That's. So you may have, you have your 3 minutes, and then we'll be opening up for debate with the rest of council. Thank you. I will open it up for debate from the rest of council. If some other people have some comments, questions, concerns, ideas. Seeing none, we shall proceed with the vote. Raz, okay. Councillor Radons, it's been a long time. You were the original one. You may close debate.
I don't have much to say, just that I think and believe that we need to take care of the most vulnerable in our community, and I think we've done a lot of due diligence in today and over the last few months in getting to this place, and so looking forward to the opening in July. Thank you.
We will now proceed with the vote on the main motion as amended.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, the motion is carried unanimously with all 9 members present voting in favor.
Thank you. Now we have reached the end of the agenda. This is premature with the other one there. I will accept a motion to adjourn. Okay. I'm excited. Jeez. Resolution for private session. George Siklis, Councillor George Siklis. We will recess for 10 minutes.